How's it going, everybody? Welcome to Streamer Saturdays number 2. Streamer Saturday number 2 is going to be a little bit different from last time, but it's going to be a little more similar to how we actually played when it comes to Welcome to Neo Ray. It's going to be very, very interesting, and I'm very excited to not only be here to cast. My name is Stella Joker. I've been your caster for Welcome to Neo Ray, and I casted the last Streamer Saturdays for all 8 hours. My team hated me during that day. Just kidding. But on the with me, potentially, I will be having Nightspeed helping me today. And for the most part, he'll be popping in whenever he can. He'll probably be doing some CO stuff. You get the idea. But I'm very excited for Screamer Saturdays number 2. Now, the big thing with Screamer Saturday number 2, unlike the last one, but very similarly to how Welcome to Neo Ray went, is on day 1 of Welcome to Neo Ray, there was a kind of like a 8-race gambit, so to speak, or a 12-race gambit, where we had to go through with 5 teams of 3, played a bunch of races trying to get as many points as possible. We'll be doing something very similar to that. We'll be around for each round of today. It's going to be 3 teams competing against one another in one round, going for about, I believe we're doing 6 races today. And this will be most points for that team will win going into that from that round. Round B will have another 3 teams, and then round C will actually have 4 teams because we had 10 teams sign up today. So it's going to be a little bit. It's going to be a little bit of a unique sort of setup here today, but it's going to be very fun. I'm very excited nonetheless. Hopefully, everyone's very excited for today as well. One thing I can say that I am excited for when it comes to just in general Screamer Saturday and just in general is like all the players, is seeing how everyone has kind of adapted since last Screamer Saturdays and how people will adapt to this current more team-focused format where there's going to be more players that are going to be present. Are we going to see a lot more KOs? Are we going to see a lot more defense? Are we going to see a lot more potentially Frederick? Probably not. But very, very excited to see how everyone's going to be participating when it comes to this. And I'm very, very interested in figuring out exactly how each team wants to go about their kind of game plan for the most part. I believe we have most of the teams. I believe are going to be, or most of the teams are teams from the previous Streamer Saturdays. So give me 1 second. I will pull up all the teams real quick, and I will talk about the teams in a second. So when it comes to the teams for today, the teams we have today are Street Saints. We got Grand Theft Echo, the Fumblers. We got D3 once again, Team 404, Substitutes, Emotion Engine, Redacted, Demons, and Blue Inkwing. A couple of these, all I can say is a couple of these team names you might have remembered. A couple of these, I believe there's a couple different ones that are here as well. So I'm very, very excited to see how this is all going to play out. I'm very excited to see how all these players are going to be playing. I'm very interested to see how everyone has really progressed. In general, I've been craving some Screamer gameplay. Been craving watching this tournament, genuinely. Unfortunately, we don't have teams like Shrimp Fried Rice today, which is very unfortunate, but hey, we will hopefully see them in the next tournament. Screamer Saturday, they were the craziest underdog GOAT from last time, so I'm very excited to see if there's going to be any underdog gameplay or any similar kind of like underdog stories, similar to how Shrimp Fried Rice came from the depths of potentially losing everything and almost nearly taking it all. It was incredible. Now, when it comes to the Screamer Saturday, what are you guys excited for? Are you guys excited for any specific characters, any specific teams? What are you guys here? What are you guys thinking? Very interested to see what you guys are thinking when it comes to this. All I can say is I'm very interested to see if any of the map picks have changed, because I know we saw a lot of the, I believe it was the space-related maps were actually banned or they were avoided at all costs. So we may see a change up where we're going to see more of these space-related tracks are actually going to be a lot better, things of that nature. It could very well be that we actually go and see like no more tire burner. Who knows? Genuinely, it'd be very cool to see what all ends up happening. I think honestly, for me, there's a couple things I would like to see personally. I actually would love to see maybe like a Dirk or two, because it's going to be, since there's going to be a lot more players, Dirk would be really cool to see. I think maybe seeing an Akemi could be kind of interesting. And now we're moving on to the tracks. I need to cut my.
No.
No, we're not.
A little bit of a technical error there. We're not actually getting to the tracks just yet. The tournament hasn't started.
All right, my TO partner, Nightspeed, is on.
I'm just getting the back end ready. Just getting all the teams together, all the groups together. I'm letting Joker take care of this and keep you all occupied while I'm dealing with that. But back to you, Joker.
All right, as you can tell, he doesn't know what he's supposed to be doing right now. Just let him do his thing. It's okay. He's working it. He's working on getting everything.
Yeah, I never know
here.
what I'm supposed to be doing, so you know, bear with me.
Nah, it's all good. Anyways, so back to what I was saying though. Now, like I was saying, I think it was on Dirk and Akemi. I'm very interested to see if we could see one of these two characters potentially. I mean, as people know, I'm a massive fan of Frederick and Dirk. I really want to see Frederick personally. I think Frederick could really pop off in the right hands, and genuinely, I would love to see if anyone has figured that out yet. Probably not, which is very unfortunate here. But hey, if someone has, it'd be really cool to see how everything plays out and how everything just in general is going to really play on for Frederick as a character. Dirk is a character I feel like you don't see a lot of, and the few times you do see, he usually just pops off and becomes like this demon of a character, so to speak. So very interested to see if we do see a Dirk here. Akemi, I know a lot of people don't really consider Akemi to be like the best character by any means, but I feel like in a team format, when there's a lot more potential for KOs and chaining KOs, there might be some potential here for Akemi, which I think would be very interesting to see. Again, I think she just doesn't have the right tools that some of the other characters do have, which is very unfortunate for Akemi, so it makes it a lot harder for her to really thrive. But I think there is potential that she could actually participate and really make something happen here. Really all depends. It's really all going to come down to a few other things. But I do think seeing Dirk or Frederick could be a possibility today, especially now there's going to be more than just one team. It's not going to be a 1v1. It's going to be a free-for-all of three different teams in round 1 and 2, and then for Block A and B. Block C will have 4 teams, so I think we're going to see a lot more potential here. But yeah, sorry about that. I think in terms of characters, obviously, we're probably going to still see the Ritsuko. Ritsuko is just she's just very powerful in general. Has a ton of very, very good tools in her repertoire. She also has her height meter that when she gets charged up, she basically gets a full set of sync, so it's pretty much impossible to strike bait her out. It's going to be very interesting to see how many people run Ritsuko. I mean, again, she's just in general one of the best all-arounders in the game, and it's just in general very hard to contend with as a character. But we may see some teams try for some strategies similar to how TLR tried with Mr. A potentially. We could see something like that where we have maybe some Mr. A hard front running. We see some players in the back trying to get a few kills and then trying to avoid getting KO'd. So again, have to wait and see how all the team strategies play out, how all the teams really play around their strategies and other team strategies and how they're going to adapt between each race. I think one of the biggest things that we will definitely see, I think now that we're going to have more teams, I think we're going to see actually a few more Gregors potentially. I think it's going to be very interesting to see. I think Gregors kind of fell off in the 1v1 format where it was the head-to-heads, but I think now there's going to be more teams around and there's going to be more players to actually get KOs and chain KOs off of, and the races might take a little bit longer because there's more people getting KO'd. We might see a situation where Gregor actually has much more potential to thrive and much more potential to actually get his game plan started and be able to keep up or even front run. I think Hope might be in a similar vein. I think Hope, when the races last longer as well, just like Gregor, she will be more prevalent. But until we see how everyone kind of pans out everything when it comes to these characters, we'll have to wait and see how everyone kind of builds their teams around, say, some like track, like let's say we got a track like Stadium Olympus, right? We might see Gregor, we might see Hope, we might see some of these characters that take a little bit longer to come online, but they'll definitely make a massive impact potentially. But I think it's going to be all kind of playing by ear, playing by what the players themselves think is going to be the best. So very interested to see. Now, other than those few things, just preparing for everything, I think the biggest thing I'm very excited about is probably just in general Block C. Block C having 4 teams instead of the Block A and B having 3. I think we're going to see a lot more potential for KOs. So I think that's where we're going to see a lot of the more interesting picks is in Block C. So there's that. But again, that's just to be decided when we get there. I'm not going to try to bring anything in. I'm not going to try to create anything from out of nowhere. But hey, if anyone in Block C thinks they can get away with a Dirk or a Frederick, wink wink, don't be afraid to play for it. I'm definitely going to be watching. Anyways, besides that, now one of the biggest things I think outside of that is, let me think here. I don't think the meta from what I've seen has shifted too much since last Screamer Saturday. But again, I might just be out of the loop. I think people might have figured out a lot of new interesting tech potentially, or figured out some new interesting things on their characters to really min-max their shields, their strikes, things of that nature. So I have to wait and see how these top-level players have really figured out how to actually progress themselves and really push their limits as players and push their characters to the maximum potential. It's unfortunate because you have ever since the start of the game up until now, since people are starting to learn overdrive more and more, and they're improving their overdrive mechanics and understanding, you have Fermi as a character, right? Fermi is a very strong quote. Fermi is a very strong boost, but has no overdrive to compensate for the fact that he has a super long strike and a super long boost and the boost is super fast. So because players are now improving heavily when it comes to overdrive mechanics and overdrive understanding, we have characters like Fermi that are severely falling off in pick rate. And it makes sense. I mean, you have a character that can't instant overdrive, which is a core part of the gameplay strategy of each of the teams. It makes for a lot of good KO potential, and it makes it for very hard, unreactable instances where you can pretty much get a KO on someone guaranteed. So having a character like Fermi on your team is definitely a detriment. It makes it very hard for Fermi to get really anything done. Very unfortunate because Fermi has a pretty solid drift, has a decently okay steer. So we probably won't see Fermi unless we see some hardcore dedicated mains of Fermi. But Fermi's still a very fun character nonetheless. And also, we love hearing Fermi bark nonstop. One of the best parts of Fermi. I think this goes for the same with some of the other characters that can get overdrive really quickly. Like we saw Pan. Pan played an amazing KG in Screamer Saturday #1. Really popped off on KG. The KG pick has been something that I believe Akuza back in Welcome to Neo Ray played quite a bit. And KG's now been really bringing up super heavily. So we're seeing a lot more... we might see a lot more KG now, all because of Pan's performance and a bit of Akuza from Welcome to Neo Ray. Which, if we do, that's going to be very cool to see, because KG is one of those characters that has a very high potential for getting not only a lot of KOs, but having quite a few overdrives that can really take his potential much higher than a lot of other characters, because he gets overdrive so quickly, and then just having those sinks stored back, allowing his overdrives to last longer, so he becomes even more of a threat that can snowball out of control. So I'm very interested to see how that plays out. I think, honestly, if we can, when it comes to, look, I'm going to go back to Fermi real quick, because I did just see someone say something about Fermi versus Hina, or talking about it. So, the big thing with Fermi v Hina, it's kind of funny, because basically everything that Fermi wants to do, other characters do better, even if they have, like, shorter strikes. So, like, Roshin and Hina, right, for example, have very short strikes, but because their strikes are so instantaneous, and they basically shoot up the speed instantly, right? They are a lot better and they're a lot more consistent. Fermi's strike obviously takes like a metric year for him to drive forward. He literally has to go through like 25 manual stick shifts to get up to speed. So you're getting in this position where you can hear Fermi's strike charging, and then because he doesn't have that instant speed boost like every other character in the game, that's also another negative that he has. Makes it very hard for him to actually get anything done. It makes it very hard for him to really succeed as a character. And I think a lot of people are recognizing that, and a lot of people are understanding that it makes it very easy to not only shield against Fermi, but make it very easy to actually deal with Fermi as a character overall. Very unfortunate. Again, Fermi is a very fun character. I really love Fermi, but unfortunately, his strike is kind of a, let's just say, a baby's first overdrive in a way. And you have characters like Hina Roshin, right? Like, even though their strikes, or for Hina's case, her free strike, they are very short-winded, they're still extremely fast, and you can still strike bait really well with them. So you can get some very quick KOs if you know what you're doing. Very cool to see. But maybe for all I know, Fermi gets like a buff in the future, and we see Fermi actually get some healthy treatment to where it makes Fermi a little bit stronger. Maybe this will stick with Fermi as more of a, not a joke character, but more of the proverbial like starter character in a way, potentially. It is really cool though, genuinely. I think when it comes to character picks, other than Fermi, other than KG, other than Akemi potentially, I wonder if we will see some of the similarities from last time where we had, I think it was 2 different teams that were actually double picking certain characters. I think we saw double Roshin, double Hina, I think a couple times. I know we did see double Roshin multiple times. So I wonder if that's actually going to stay for today. Are we going to see some teams actually opt into double Roshin, double Hina, potentially like double Dirk and be the bully squad of the lifetime? We'll have to see how that all plays out, because I think doubling up on a character definitely has potential in some ways. I think in others it could actually limit your team, how do I put this? It can limit your team strategy and your team's overall potential to do some things. But again, I don't know for sure. I'm just kind of spitballing an idea of what I believe when it comes to like team building for this game. So but the game is so vastly different, so vastly unique. It could be much different from what I'm thinking. But I'm definitely interested to see how it all plays out. I think other than that, when it came to the last Screamer Saturday, I think we didn't see certain characters get picked on stream. I think every character did get picked at some point off stream. I know that much. I think Akemi was actually the only character that never got picked, but I could be wrong on that. So I am very hopeful that we do see one of every character get picked today. I'm hoping we do see one of everyone. I think for the most part, we're not going to see many Fermies, not many Akemis, not many Fredericks, not many Dirks. But we will see a good amount of Roshin. We'll definitely see a good amount of KG. We'll probably see a few Akanes. I don't know how the Akane versus like the other characters have really like changed how many players want to pick her. I don't know how her pick rate has really changed because of the fact that people are really like pushing forward with some of these other characters. So I'm very interested to see what we do see with Akane. Maybe we will see more Akanes. Maybe we'll see less Akanes. I think Akane really thrives on these longer tracks that are more simple, where her steer's enough to actually get her around these bends so she can generate tons of hype. But the longer the more bends a track has and the more hairpins a track has, obviously Akane does not want to get picked. So she's definitely going to be more track specific. And I think that's something that has been very well developed from the community, is just knowing when Akane is best and where she's just kind of like mediocre and you'd opt into something else. Very cool to see. For leaders, we did see Aisha from Boyfix. I know that much. Boyfix picked every leader, I think, at least twice, which was really cool. It's a shame because Aisha's got the potential to do a lot. I feel like she has a free shield, so strike baiting her doesn't do anything because she always has the shield. So she could, if you're good with Aisha, you might be able to feint that you do or don't have or you can feint that you don't have the shield and make someone have to really guess if you do or don't have it. And there is potential for that, but I think because her power is literally just a shield that doesn't regenerate after a set period of time or something, does make it very difficult for her to get really anything done. We have characters like, you have Gabrielle, who gets an extra bar of entropy, I believe, if I remember correctly. You have Hiroshi, who gets the extended boost, or he gets the overdrive boost, or whatever it's called. It's really cool. Unstable boost, that's what it is. There we go. He gets the unstable boost, so he can get more speed off of his boost and go and have a much longer boost, which can help him a lot for front running purposes and things of that nature. You have Ritsuko, who has her hype meter that can generate a ton of sync, especially when she goes back and forth between positions. You have Mr. A, obviously, who has a whole different mechanic as a character. And then you have Nobaru, who generates entropy and sync simultaneously, which is really cool. And I think Aisha's power overall, or Aisha's vehicles power overall, is definitely the weakest when it comes to interesting things about it and interesting factors about it. And just in general, it's probably the most unfortunate one overall, because out of all the other leaders, vehicle powers and things of that nature, unfortunately, you have Aisha, who just sits there with a free shield and she kind of just plays K-pop in the car or something. So unfortunately, she is going to be very hard to get a lot of players that are interested in her as a character. But she definitely has some interesting things about her, because if I'm correct, her boost when you get the gold boost, I'll call it. When you get the gold boost, obviously, or the super boost, it goes extremely long and it's very fast. If I remember correctly, I think it's the longest in the game in terms of the length of the boost, which is really cool. I know there's definitely going to be, I don't think her strike's the best by any means, but her boost is incredible. And then, again, shield play, obviously you can feint with the shield, so there's potential that we could see some Aishas. If we see some hyper-aggressive stuff, we might see some people try Aisha potentially. I think we're probably not going to see that. We're probably just going to see people opt into Ritsuko or Gabrielle, which makes a lot more sense. So, we'll have to wait and see. Outside of leaders, I think I've covered everything for the character picks. I think I've covered everything for the leader picks. I think I've covered all the things that come around to what characters have and haven't been picked, what leaders have and haven't been picked, things of that nature. So I think we have all that covered. In terms of track picks, I did talk about it a little bit, where all the space-themed tracks, all the sector tracks, I believe they're called.
Yeah,
we basically
actually, speaking on the subject of tracks, I can definitely like just post what we have for this group. So give me just a moment to show that.
All right.
And for this first round, this is going to be round 1, Group C, with our four teams. First, we're gonna go to Research Grounds. Then we got Route 1N. Sorry, Route 1N, Gate to the Sky, Steel Bowels, Assembly Site B, and Hawk Trail. Not a lot of Exoport tracks here. Only just Steel Bowels.
Round 1N. This, they don't call it round 1 for nothing, I guess.
There's this arcade called Round 1 near me. That's just every time I think of Round 1N, that's what goes to my mind.
Oh boy. Well, it's all good. Now, the big thing with a lot of these tracks is I know some of these teams are actually very proficient with Hawk Trail, and they've gotten really good with Hawk Trail. Route 1N is not like the craziest track by any means. I believe that's one of the more that's, if I'm correct, that we did see some Gabriel like hyper offensive Gabriel gameplay, which was really cool. Gate to the Sky, Steel Bowels, Assembly Site B. Again, none of these tracks are like super hairpinny. None of these tracks are super problematic for the most part. So we're definitely going to see a few interesting things when it comes to these tracks. I think the most interesting track, obviously, probably going to be Hawk Trail. I think we're going to see a lot of interesting things happen. I mean, Hawk Trail on Screamer Saturday, number 1, let's just say we as a community saw Hina get sent into one of the trees and explode, which was very unfortunate for Hina. Our F's in the chat for Hina. But for the most part, we didn't see Route 1N at all during Screamer Saturday, if I remember correctly. We didn't see that. That was one of the few tracks we actually didn't see. When it comes to Assembly Site B, I think we saw it once or twice. So we'll talk about Research Ground since I really should be talking about it. Research Ground is it's kind of a decently hard track. It's definitely got a few bends. It's got a couple not U-bends, but it's got a couple of long bends that you have to be very prepared for. You got to be ready to handle these. And on the end, going on to the end of the track, going to the final, or going to the lap, or going into the next lap, I should say. Depending on how players play that section, obviously you get sent into the dirt and it can throw your line off very tremendously. It can be very problematic. But we may see some players actually get sent off. They may have to use a boost to get away from someone, where they may get shields bumped right into the off-road. If that does happen, we could actually see a lot of potential for easy KOs for some characters on Research Grounds. So very interested to see. I think for the most part, since Research Grounds as a track isn't the most difficult, we're probably going to see a couple Hinas. We're probably going to see a couple Roshins potentially to jump into the shortcut that's on Research Grounds. So we may see some of these things, or some of these characters. I think we're going to see Ritsuko here. This is a good track for Ritsuko, to my knowledge at least. I think we'll definitely see a Nobaru or two if people really think Nobaru, or we might see a Nobaru or two. In terms of Gregor, I don't think we may see a Gregor here, depends. But for the most part, I'm thinking we're going to see Hina, maybe a Hope or two, probably a Roshin or two, a Nobaru's, Ritsuko's, maybe a Gregor. I think that's what we're going to be working with. I think we're not going to see too many interesting picks. I think maybe we might see a KG if someone's very, very comfortable with KG on this track. But again, we'll have to wait and see what actually does end up happening and who actually does end up being picked. So we'll just have to wait till we have everything ready and we see what the teams really are interested in picking here. Going into Route 1N, obviously Route 1N is a very simple track. It has a lot of potential for making a lot of chaos happen. It's for the most part, it's actually a pretty narrow track, especially on a couple sections. The shortcut on the track is definitely a little, let's just say, sketchy, because it is a drop-down shortcut. So because Route 1N has a drop-down shortcut, just like Burning Plains, you actually do have the potential to go. You can overwall on the track. If you overwall on the shortcut, you explode. I believe you respawn. I believe you respawn on the shortcut at the very start of it, or you might respawn on the main track. I forget the exact respawn points, but for the most part, that is something that players have to fare very heavily, and especially with shield bashing. If you get shield bashed, you can get sent off the shortcut at all or heavily, and it could send you overwall you, making it very, very impossible to really take that shortcut. In some instances, it could be very sketchy. We may see a lot of players actually opt into not taking the shortcut because of the potential of getting shield bashed off the cut entirely. So there's potential for that. I definitely think this is definitely a track I believe we're going to see Akane, we're going to see Gabriel. I think Akane, Gabriel, we're definitely going to see Ritsuko. If we have, other than those, we may see Mr. A for front-running purposes, because I feel like this is a track that Mr. A can thrive on heavily. I think because it's a longer track and it's a 5-lap track, if I remember correctly, we definitely will probably see a Gregor or a Hope to some degree, but I think we're definitely going to see Gabrielle. We're going to see maybe a Ritsuko, and we're probably going to see Mr. A if someone's very comfortable with Mr. A, and if not, then it's probably going to be another Gabrielle, or maybe even we might see Hiroshi, but very potentially, because I do know that we have seen some very strong gameplay with Hiroshi on some of these longer tracks that don't have too much going on for them. I think Akane definitely is going to be the premier member character potentially, depending on how people really go about playing this track. But we may actually see, again, we might see the KG. KG definitely can do some incredible damage on this track, and I think also we might see Dirt because of how narrow this might be the Dirt track because of how narrow the track is in its entirety and how narrow a lot of these parts are. Dirt might actually have a lot of potential to snowball out of control. So we'll have to wait and see on that. Very interested to see the picks on Route 1N. Now, Gate to the Sky. Let me remember what Gate to the Sky is. Gate to the Sky, I believe it's the... Got it. Gate to the Sky is mainly the track that is very hairpinny. This is a track that we saw a lot of Hinas and I believe a couple of Roshins on. So this is going to be definitely very drift heavy, and it's going to be very tough to maintain a good lead. I think if you do take the turns well and you take the shortcut very well, you can actually make a massive lead that is very hard for people to actually catch up to you with. I think this track is definitely going to have a lot of potential for a lot of KOs. I think we're going to see Hina, Roshin, Ritsuko guaranteed. There's almost no chance we don't. Since it's a 3-lap track and it's very hairpinny as well, there's definitely potential we do see some KO-based characters. Like we might see the KG again. I think KG does just ever since Pan's performance, KG's been a menace of a character to really look out for. I think we could see potentially, if people are very confident, we could see Frederick potentially, because a lot of these hairpins make you slow down quite a bit. So Frederick might have potential to actually come in here and cause chaos, but I highly doubt that, unfortunately, even though I would really love to see a Frederick. I think Nobaru is definitely going to be the other main leader character that's going to be, or leader card that's going to be picked here. I think Nobaru makes the most sense. He has a very good drift just like Ritsuko, and because he's able to charge Entropy while he's charging Sync, he's able to get a lot more strikes off and potentially a good amount of potentially overdrive a little bit quicker than a lot of the other characters. So we'll have to wait and see what we see. We have to wait and see what's going to get picked on Gate to the Sky. The shortcut's definitely the big thing we got to be looking out for, because I think that's going to be the biggest spot of that's going to be the biggest area where a ton of chaos really ensues. I think if one person messes up the cut, I think we're going to see a lot of people get caught on it. I think we're going to see a lot of people struggle to actually get anything done due to it. But they could lead to a massive KO chaining, or a massive chain KO that someone's going to be very happy to see. Now, Steel Bowels. Let's see here. Steel Bowels, I believe, is one of the sector tracks, or one of the space tracks. Now, thankfully, Steel Bowels is actually he's definitely one of the better ones to roll here instead of Gravity Engine, Echo Dome, Sector Landing might have been okay for some people. But Steel Bowels is mostly, and it's kind of ironic, for a track that's graded as an S rank, it actually is more of a track that's similar to Stadium Olympus in kind of setup. It's kind of funny. Maybe not exactly, obviously. The turns are going to be a lot more. The turns are a little tighter. And there's a lot more narrow. There's a lot more narrow paths, if I remember the track correctly. So it's one of these tracks that you have to be kind of weary about, because you have, I believe, Sector Storage is the track that has a very particular shortcut. For Steel Bowels, I remember the shortcut being very annoying for a lot of players. A lot of players did not like the shortcut on Steel Bowels, but ever since the collision and bug fixes on Steel Bowels, honestly, one of the big things with it is that now the shortcut, from what I've seen from a lot of the better players, has been a lot easier to take, and it feels a lot more consistent. So we actually might see some players have a lot easier time to taking the shortcut. The big thing, even with the fact that it's a lot easier to take that shortcut, one big thing to remember is that even if the shortcut's easier to take, just because it's easier doesn't mean it isn't dangerous or deadly. The shortcut on Steel Battles, last time I remembered, is a very tight corridor shortcut. So once you're in there, just like at a McDonald's drive-through, you are stuck in there. Once there's a car behind you, there's a car in front of you, you are stuck. You have to go through the whole drive-through. You are gonna you're getting KO'd in the drive-through, or you're getting out with your food and you're making off and making some good headway. There's no in between. It is one of the biggest parts of Steel Battles you have to be very careful about. I think that's why we could actually see Aisha on this track for that reason, because if Aisha gets caught behind a character that could look for a KO and be very deadly, Aisha could actually have a potential to do something here, or a potential to at least like not get KO'd, obviously. So it is something you have to be very wary about. I don't think we will see the Aisha. I think people will still opt into Ritsuko. Some people will opt into Nabaru still. We might see Gabrielle. I think we've seen a couple of people play Gabrielle here. Gabrielle can do a lot on the shortcut, especially, and become a very problematic character on the shortcut if people are not prepared for it. So very interested to see how Steel Battles plays out.
Yeah. Thank you, Joker, for keeping our viewers entertained all this time. Sorry again for the delay. We're just trying to get some players in the lobby. So now we're good, and we're gonna go ahead and get right into it, because we finally have all our players together. Let me know if you can hear the game. Should be fine. Oh wait, no, I had the game muted. Okay, give me a second. All right, there we go. Yeah, perfect. Okay, yeah, Joker, you can see this, right?
Give me 1 second here. I'll make sure that I can. I can see the screen. So I am ready on my end.
Awesome. All right, well, we're gonna get started with the first race once I confirm that everybody is ready.
Now, quickly, what is each team's name, real fast, so everyone knows what yellow, red, so everyone knows.
Very, very good. Thank you for reminding me of that. Okay, so yellow is the Substitutes. This is a team that did not know each other until today. They came together through our team search form. If you're looking for a team and you don't have a team but you still want to compete, we put out forums. We try to match you with teammates, and we have yellow squad coming in for the first time ever together. Let's give them a big round of applause. Let's hope they do well. Red squad is Drip, Destroy, which is D3. They're returning from Screamer Saturdays 1. They were exceptionally good in that one. I know, Joker, you commentated over them. Blue squad is the Fumblers. This one is led by Rambini, who's the head of Screamer Online. I'm sure you guys are already part of that server. And she's joined by 2 of her friends. This is their first competitive endeavor, I'm pretty sure. So let's give them a round of applause as well. Let's hope they do well. Let's wish them the best. And then green squad is Blue Inkwing, another returnee from Screamer Saturdays 1. They did really, really well there too. I think that was their first time, right? They didn't show up before in Welcome to Neo Ray. So some killers here and a lot of new faces. I don't know, Joker. Let's get right to it.
Well, let's get into it. We shall. I'm very excited to see how these teams really play out. We have, again, D3, I believe, if I remember correctly, from Screamer Saturday, had a very good showing. Blue Ink Wing did a very good job. The Substitutes and the Fumblers are 2 new teams, so I'm very, very excited to see how they all play the game. Very excited to see how everything pans out for all these teams. So I cannot wait to see how everything transpires for them. I'm very, very excited.
All right, and we're starting off on Research Grounds. We're going to go ahead and wait for them to pick. Joker, what do you think we're going to see as far as character picks on Research Grounds?
Honestly, since Research Grounds is one of these, it's kind of a somewhat tech or hairpinny track. Not really hairpinny, I should say. Definitely got a little bit going on for it. I think we're probably going to see the Hina. We're going to see Ritsuko. I think we're going to see Roshin, definitely. It's definitely going to be the characters such as these. Now, the main reason why I think we're going to see characters such as Ritsuko, Hina, Roshin, guaranteed, and some Nabaru, it's mainly just for the fact that since the track is not too difficult, but there's a lot of drifting involved. So having characters that are drift based is definitely going to be more helpful. especially characters that can get some good value off drifting. Again, Hina. So we'll have to wait and see what the characters are. And we do see Gabrielle, we see Ritzko, we see Gregor, we do see Mr. A. So we do see a lot of very interesting picks here. A couple of these picks I was not expecting fully. So I'm very, very hyped here to see what ends up happening here. And going into race number 1, obviously, we have Blade here on the Gabrielle. We have ELX on the Ritzko. We have Kiwi on the Ritzko as well, and we have a Lavinia pick, actually. Seeing Lavinia, Hexberry is on the Fermi as well. This is very interesting to see. Fumbler's actually taking a very early lead, tied with currently Blue Inkwing, both having over 240 points. This is very good for both of these teams, so we'll have to see how this plays out. Stingblaze actually already in second place with the Hina, while we have Grunkle Harry in the back here, just kind of hanging out with the Gregor, trying to just get it set up, get to level 2 as soon as possible here, or I should say level 3, trying to make sure he can get there as fast as possible here. We do see a couple of these teams actually trying to deny players from getting into the shortcut. I believe Hexberry actually didn't get into the shortcut due to Rambini. Cryptic right here on the Lavinia, trying to get anything he can done, and now everyone's sync is ready, and now we're coming onto the part of the track where using your sync at a bad and inopportune time, such as right here, we will see some people actually have some issues. I do believe we did see a KO come out.
We just
very
saw
well
KO
done.
come out. The first KO, I think, of the stream. Yeah.
Stingblaze and another one already. Everyone's already starting off with some very aggressive gameplay here. ELX with 125 points. We got Sting in the front.
Sting, ink off with like a very early lead. We got Hina and Ritsuko up front.
And it's just insane to see how some of these players, especially Sting, being able to actually really push Hina to her limits and actually going ahead. We do see a KO come out over here. We do see Doodle in the overdrive right now, but I don't think he was able to get anything unfortunately. Mr. A just couldn't get anything done.
I think
but we will see.
Oh, go for it.
I was going to say, Mr. A definitely with his overdrive. We're going to see a KO come out. No, a shield, but someone gets sent into the air. He's gone. And Grunkle almost gets KO'd as well, but someone gets spun out.
I mean, I think, you know, one thing that we're kind of seeing more and more is that people are trying to play for these positions, right? We have Stingblaze up here. Like, you'd expect Hina to be a brawler, but, like, Blue Ink is just going for those top spots right now, trying to secure those, like, first and second points.
Big thing is that we are seeing since we're seeing so many KOs, this Hina pick is actually able to just keep running forward, and with the Ritzko in second place, this actually might be better for Ritzko overall, because Ritzko being able to constantly actually...
Oh, Doodle does get KO'd! Super Plastic, okay.
As we're trying to speak, Super Plastic with the nice KO here. And the big thing that we have to worry, or the big thing with Ritzko, like I was saying though, one of the big things with Ritzko is the fact that because she's not in first place, she's actually able to take advantage more of her hype meter, so she can actually play more of the brawler style over Hina, and Hina can kind of be that, like, if someone tries to get in front of Hina, she can just kind of one-shot somebody or go for a KO and strike bait them, things of that nature. So it's very, very cool to see, and I think that might be part of their gameplay strategy.
Oh,
we do see the overdrive come out, Crypt goes with the one. Do we see Blade with the...
Okay,
are we going for 2? That's 2 shields.
Oh,
that's 2. Are we going to see 3?
The...
Dodges.
Oh no, this is so scary. Oh. That was such an aggressive OD.
It made sense though. It was on the shortcut. Unfortunately, Blade with 2 really good shield blocks tried to get the KO, and Crypt trying to get the counter KO and just barely missed. Very unfortunate for Crypt.
The substitutes are trailing in the back, but you know it's never too late to make a comeback.
Absolutely not. Just because the substitutes are in the back and fourth place here with 195 points, that doesn't mean anything. There's so much game left to be played. We still have 2 full laps here. We've seen comebacks much harder, much worse.
Oh
and we do see a KO on ELX. ELX gets taken out.
Plastic.
Doodle is now going ahead, trying to get in front. Super Plastic is a little bit behind Stingblaze. Stingblaze is trying to maintain this nice lead that they have currently.
Yeah, but
so
if
we'll
you take a look at the points, I mean, Super Plastic has 155. That's Stingblaze. You know, by giving up those KOs, they're not going to be able to contribute anymore.
True, that is part of the Super Plastic with the strike here. Doodle with a very good block, and I believe we see Ritzko unfortunately not able to get this KO. She was unable to get the KO. We do see Kiwi going with overdrive, trying to go catch up as fast as he can, but unfortunately taps the sidewall. Very, very unfortunate. Back to the Stingblaze discussion real quick. Stingblaze maybe giving up the points. Stingblaze might be in the front here, maybe getting a lot of points here from just positions, but in general, because of the fact that Sting is actually denying a lot of KO points, even though Sting is actually denying getting KO points for his team. He's denying points from everyone else, so there's even more points that are getting denied overall throughout this race. And Sting, I believe, is about to finish up the race, and with a good finish. Now, this is the big thing. The fact that we have Blue Inkwing in first with 308 points. Now, since no one else can get points off Sting, this is really good. 410 now for Blue Inkwing. Very, very well done here. We see that the substitutes are trying to get anything they can here, trying to catch up as fast as they can with the KG. KG with 100 points. It's very well done already so far. Takes a shortcut, goes into it. Barely's not going to blow up, which is very well done from Tortillas here. But I don't think he's going to be able to get anything else done. He's catching up here. We do see a KO.
Very aggressive plays here. Let's see. I don't think he's going to catch Cryptic.
I don't think so either, which is very unfortunate here. Hexaberry trying to do anything they can right now, trying to catch up.
I think at the end of the day, you just have to respect Hexaberry for sticking to Fermi, right? Because you were talking about how Fermi's such a weak pick, and like, you know, sometimes you stick with who you love, you know?
Yeah, unfortunately, Fermi does struggle quite heavily. There's not really a lot Fermi can do against a lot of these other players that have really pushed themselves and are trying to, or using other characters that have you have overdrive that makes you go absolutely insane, gives you a lot of KO potential. Unfortunately, Hexaberry with Fermi, it's going to be a big uphill battle for Hexaberry, but I think Hexaberry can do it, though. We just have to wait and see what does end up happening here.
Very strong player. Great performance from Inc. on this first set. But we still got 5 more races to go.
Absolutely, and the fact that we do have 5 more races to go is insane.
I think, alright, let me just make sure that as the host, I don't mess anything up, because that'd be very embarrassing. Let's go ahead and get this ready. Oops. Alright. We're going to Route 1N. Fan favorite track? I feel like a lot of people like Route 1N. Or at the very least the Neo Ray tracks. What do you think, Joker?
Going on to Route 1N now, I believe?
Yes,
we are.
Going to Route 1N. What do you think of, I feel like a lot of people like the Neo Ray tracks.
I mean, the Neo Ray tracks in general are just very solid. They're not too difficult. They're not too, like, windy. They're just very simplistic tracks that allow you to play a lot of characters, a lot of different characters, a lot of unique picks. So it gives you a lot more versatility on your character picks. You don't have to just stick with Ritsuko, Nobaru, or Hina for the most part. You can actually opt into other fun picks, such as Akemi, Frederick, KG. You could even opt into characters potentially like Aisha if people really wanted. It just opens up it opens up the floodgates to a lot of different unique character picks, which is really, really enjoyable. So let's see what happens. When it comes to the character picks, we do see Gabrielle, we see KG. There's the Akemi! Just like I said, Akemi's here, ready to play the game. And since this is we have 4 teams of 3 here, Akemi is actually going to be able to do a lot here. A lot of potential for Akemi to really go and pop off here. So now we're going to see what ends up happening here. We see Rambini and Super Plastic both on the Akemi here. Very cool to see. We do see the Roshin, the Gabrielle. We see Kiwi still rocking the Ritsuko. I did see an Akane. We do see 3 Gabrielles.
We got Sting here on Hope.
Sting with the Hope. Everyone's going for the shortcut. I believe Sting might have... Oh, a couple blow-ups!
Some overextensions on that shortcut for sure. Very, very brutal. A lot of effects going on.
Now, the question is, can the players that failed the shortcut actually make a good comeback here and get a lot of points? I think they can. It's still very early on, and this track is 5 laps long. There's a lot of potential here. Everyone's now getting their Stink. Everyone's got their Stink now online here.
The further away from the pack you are, the less combat you have to go through, and you have underdog bonus, so you're meant to, like, catch back up faster.
That is true, but the thing is with this track, because there's not a lot of shortcuts and there's not a lot of bends and whatnot, making one mistake will be very devastating and could easily lead to you falling behind quite tremendously. Absolutely. So even with the underdog bonus, you can fall behind heavily. Now, we do see we are currently on, I believe, ELX here.
Thought we might see a KO there, but let's see Cryptic's viewpoint.
Cryptic he did get shield baited here, so Cryptic actually might get KO'd by Hexaberry potentially here. Hexaberry looking for it, and I believe I couldn't see what ended up happening.
Oh, never mind. We just found out. Battle of the KGs. Never mind.
Well, Tortilla unfortunately does break on the wall here. Very unfortunate. Cryptic trying to catch up here, trying to see what he can do. As you can see already, even like I was talking about earlier, one mistake does make the pack just incredibly spread apart here. We do see how there's already tons of mini packs everywhere of different characters. We do see Blade, Grunkle, and Doodle all up here in the front, but they're all in different spaced out areas
like
here.
3 Gabriels
Grunkle already
that are so far apart.
And that's the thing. Again, one mistake on Route 1N is enough to really change the whole course of the race and can really cause people to get caught up to, or cause situations where you can't get
and he
to.
got the KO on Coca Kiwi. A little bit delayed on the stream, but
Blade not only dodged Kiwi's KO, and we do see Grunkle with some special type of wall riding here. I've never seen anything like this. Some anti-gravity.
The wall riding might have gotten a little too far, Milestone.
All I can say is that I've never seen F-Zero GX do something like this, so Screamer is doing something pretty interesting with their anti-gravity system. Very cool that Gage decided to make something like this. Very cool to see. Anyways, back to Kiwi. Kiwi is trying to do everything they can to catch up here, but the thing is that because Gabrielle is so far up front, it's just insane here. It's going to be very hard, and one of the biggest things now that we have all the leaders very spread apart, Super Plastics trying to catch up to Kiwi here. We do see D3 trying to get as many points as they can, but because so many players are so far apart, it's going to actually come down to the members in the back that are actually going to be doing a lot of stuff here. It's going to be coming down mainly to the members, actually. I don't think these leaders, because they're so far apart, they're not going to really get a lot of gameplay to get a lot of KOs here. Sting actually overtaking Tortilla here. Now the question is, will Sting get KO'd for it? We do see a KO in the back here. Unfortunately, couldn't tell who it was that got the KO. Hexaberry, it looks like he's in trouble. Is Hexaberry going to get KO'd? Rambini with the overdrive about to end, actually. Unfortunately, doesn't seem like Rambini got anything off with that. Tortilla is right behind Rambini, I believe. Luna's trying to catch to Super Plastic, but I don't think Luna's anywhere near Super Plastic, unfortunately.
Luna so it's going to be... It's very interesting. We're seeing, like, if you look at Luna on the map, he's in a very weird spot. He's too far behind to catch up, but he's, you know, a little too far ahead of everybody else. So, what do you do in this kind of scenario? What would you do, Joker?
I think, honestly, you have to pull what some people did in Screamer Saturday 1. You have to slow down purposely. You have to try to get into a position where your team could actually get some KOs. I think that's your best bet here. Now, if your team was in the lead in first place, obviously, then that's a different story. You want to stay ahead where you're currently at. Tortilla and Overdrive actually have one more bar. I don't think Tortilla's going to get anything off here. Does Tortilla not hit the wall? Going out of control here. Does it barely had to burn the sink. Very unfortunate, but will generate that sink back decently quickly. But again, like I was saying, though, I think depending on your position, you have to either drop back. Hexaberry looks like they're potentially in trouble here.
Grunkle Harry just finished. Like, this is a really rough place to force an end of the race. But I mean, DNFs don't penalize you, so at this point we might just see players go for more aggressive, like, KO-centric strategies in this last minute.
There's potential, but the big thing is that we have only 35 seconds left. And this is, again, this is where having potentially substitutes actually looking to get some KOs here would actually be very beneficial here. But we do see Overdrive over Overdrive. Cryptic trying to catch up to Tortilla. But accidentally passes Tortilla. Does Tortilla actually catch up here and actually get the Overdrive KO?
Oh my god.
But Tortilla does get KO'd, I believe, from ELX.
ELX has been on a rampage. I feel like I've just been hearing die so much every time I'm back here.
Every single time you go, you pan to the back, there's someone getting KO'd. Someone's just getting KO'd on the Overdrive. And from the looks of it, unfortunately, it looks like no one else is going to get any more KOs here. The Gabrielles, especially from Blade especially, just going out of control, getting all the way to the front and just ending the race so quickly with Grunkle, and it's just insane.
Such a crazy run.
And Doodle, I should say, as well. All three of them just went nuts.
Very well done. Very well done by all the racers in here. It's very interesting. This game is like, you have to strategize on the fly, and we did not see nearly as many KOs this time around, right? Because people just get to break away so easily. It's like you said early on, Joker, you know, like, one mistake might not be it, but like it will create that gap, right? That shortcut
absolutely
early on, yeah, can just change everything.
And it did. I mean, just that one shortcut where someone made one mistake on it, right? Or a couple people made one mistake, they were unable to actually catch back up. It made it literally impossible. And this is where, again, the biggest problems of it come into play. You have to be on your A game here. You can't just be, you can't make any mistakes on these easier tracks here. It's pretty much impossible to catch back up, which is very unfortunate for a lot of these players. Because once you get too far behind on the easier tracks, it makes it near impossible. But going into a track that is the complete opposite of easy, Gate to the Sky, being a little bit more difficult here, going to make it very interesting to see. Now, this is a track that you can get some leads, and you can get some really good shortcuts. But I think even with that, you will potentially see, like, even with someone getting an early lead, I do think we're going to see a couple people actually, unfortunately, not be able to maintain that lead, just mainly because of the fact that Gate to the Sky is, any mistake can, again, slow you down tremendously. But I think we're going to see the packs just constantly being very close to one another here. And it's just insane. It's very jarring to see a super simple track going into now a kind of insanely, not insanely difficult, but an insane track overall.
I mean,
so I'm very interested.
Very heavily technical track. I mean, going from Route 1 end to Gate to the Sky is like going from kindergarten to like 8th grade, man. I mean, it's you got to know algebra, you got to know biology, you got to know all these things. In kindergarten, you're like barely learning to do your ABCs, man.
All it takes is one. Again, it's the same thing from like going from a very simple character all the way up to one of the most difficult ones. Just how much of a jarring factor this really is what's going to really make it difficult for a lot of these players to actually get anything done here. So I do wonder how Get to the Sky is going to be played here. I do think we're going to see a lot of Roshin, a lot of Hina, a lot of Ritzko as per usual. But we'll see how these play out. There's Hina, there's Ritzko, there's Fermi, there's Roshin's, and we do see the Lavinia still. Very, very, very hyped to see that we have a Lavinia player just through and through, non-stop playing the Lavinia. I'm very proud. Lavinia players, in my opinion, but unfortunately, obviously, she does struggle on a lot of these tracks. But we do know that Lavinia does have the potential to make some good front runs happen here if people know what they're doing. It's very, very nice here. Very hyped to see if Lavinia does get a good front run here. Anyways, back into the race. Doodle with the Mr. A here. I'm very excited to see how Doodle plays Mr. A on Gate to the Sky. I believe Mr. A has been getting a lot of players have been pushing Mr. A on a lot of these tracks, really trying to min-max his potential as a character. We do see Sting is actually fighting for 3rd place with Tortilla, trying to see what Sting can do, trying to get up to the front here, because, again, positional points matter so much here, and if Sting can get to the front here, Sting can actually take 150 points away from all the other teams, which is very, very important, and it looks like ELX getting 1st place here. Grunkle in the back. Grunkle's in a good position to actually look for KOs, but looks like there was someone did get shield baited, unfortunately. It looks like Hexberry, and we do see a KO going out onto, I couldn't tell who it was, I just know it was from someone from the Fumblers did get KO'd here. And as you see, Blue Inkwing already in a very early lead. This is very, very interesting to see what happens.
Rambini back here with Roshin. Very good pick just in general, but especially on this track, right? Having the single cost strike. Has to take those turns. Especially here.
Even with getting pushed back,
oh my God.
We do see KO immediately on Luna. Luna getting KO'd here. Rambini goes for a KO, does not get it. Good shield from Hexberry. Hexberry still ends up exploding. Very unfortunate for Hexberry. And we do see Luna and I believe this is Blade both trying to do what they can here. This is very unfortunate. We do see Blade get KO'd here by Hexberry. Does Luna go for the KO, but cannot catch up Fermi. And Fermi's power with Strike actually coming into play. And ELX gets KO'd by Doodle.
With that instant OD KO.
This Doodle really pushing Mr. A here. Doing a very fantastic job. Good wall ride. Very good wall ride, and looks like Doodle is potentially about to explode here. That's why Doodle's trying to play as carefully as possible. But this is very, very good for the Fumblers. Fumblers really need these points here. The thing is, can D3 or can Blue Inkwing actually get the points they need to catch up? And it looks like D3 already gets the points. They're tied right now with the Fumblers. This is very bad for Fumblers. They really cannot be affording to lose these points.
Super tied. 300, 300, 290. Like a single KO upsets the balance.
It does. And there's that single KO. The Fumblers get it. Now, Hexberry trying to catch up here, trying to get whatever they can done here. But again, the points are literally within about 40 from 1st to 3rd. It's very interesting to see how this plays out. And we're going to see coming up on the shortcut here very, very soon. Maybe we'll see a couple KOs come out from Rambini and Doodle, but Doodle obviously going to just front run out of here. And this is really good for Doodle. This is exactly what Doodle needs. Rambini with a very good shortcut, too. This is very, very good for the Fumblers. Luna forced to take the normal route. Unfortunate. If Luna tried to opt into going into the shortcut, it would have probably lost even more time, which is very unfortunate. And now this is where we see how all the players are actually split, how I was talking about, where one good shortcut, Grunkle with a good shield pass or defense. Grunkle maybe looking to get Tortilla with the shield, though. And goes for a KO, but I couldn't tell who exploded there. Still very well done here. Is Grunkle going to look to try to get a KO here, potentially? Or will Grunkle not be able to get it on Tortilla here? Grunkle might be looking still, who knows? And Cryptic with the overdrive palm. Grunkle with the one shield. Does he get two? He does get two. Crypt doesn't get the bash here. Will Crypt go for Tortilla? Is Tortilla gonna have to go for a shield here? Tortilla with the shield, and Crypt goes. There's one.
Okay.
There's two. There's three.
Oh, he's not able to scrape. He's not able to keep it going. Oh,
Crypt
this
couldn't
is
get
what,
it.
oh.
And Crypt almost got KO'd, but he didn't. Are we gonna see Tortilla
What
get
an
back
exchange
here?
between the two. Like, I think Fresh Tortillas got a ton of sync out, or like entropy out of that, no?
Potentially, yes.
Yeah, not
It was
Apollo
about
finishing
3
the
bashes,
race. Oh
which
no,
is
not
insane.
Apollo, Sting!
Being here with the first place is really good for Blue Ink Wing. They actually take it back from Doodle. Now the fumblers are they're in a very bad position here. They do not want to be fumbling this at all. If they fumble this, is going to be very unfortunate. Doodle with a very good front run, Rambetti with a couple good KOs here, good shortcut. They need to get a couple KOs here. I think they can do it. They can take it away. Hexberry trying to push off Krypton. Hexberry trying to strike bait. Looks like he's going to opt into going for the strike because he didn't see anything. There's the KO on Cryptic. This is exactly what Hexaberry needs. Hexaberry is actually pushing Fermi.
Oh my god.
Is Fermi going to actually look for another KO here before the end of the race? And it looks like Hexaberry cannot get the KO here. This is a very close race. And we do see we have the substitutes actually make a comeback here from, I believe, about under 200 points all the way up to 270. Super, super well done here. Insane to see.
Very, very narrow range. 325 to 270. That's a super narrow range.
It's extremely close. I wonder what actually ended up happening to the Doodle from the fumblers. What ended up happening that caused Doodle to actually fall behind is my question. Maybe Doodle took a turn too tightly, or maybe took it too wide and accidentally barely tapped the sidewall, which could have actually caused the issue, which allowed Sting to actually go ahead. Sting does have a KO though, so potentially Sting actually did get a KO on Doodle and was able to actually overtake Doodle due to getting that. That could be what actually ended up happening here.
We're gonna go ahead and take a brief. Oh, I'm just saying, we're going to take a brief break. I'm going to pull up the half-round scoreboard once I get the score update, and then we'll get right back into it.
All right. Ooh, oh boy. It's just getting insane how quick everything is just... How do I put this? Everything's just getting absolutely intense already. We're seeing quite the... how do I say? We're seeing quite the interesting turn of events, to say the least. There's so many things happening all at once. A lot of players are getting taken out. A lot of players are having kind of this situation where one single mistake is causing a lot of problems. It is very, very interesting to see how the players are actually playing around this. And so far, we are seeing fumblers, we're seeing substitutes, we're seeing D3, and even we have Blue Ink Wing as well. All 4 teams are actually playing really well done here. Are playing really well, and they're doing a very good job here. I mean, even for the fact that this is only the 3rd race completed, this is, again, very well done from all 4 teams here. I think that the scores are pretty close to one another for the most part here, which is very interesting to see after 3 races, especially for the fact that we had stuff like Route 1N, and we had Gate to the Sky, which are tracks that you could make a massive front run, making it very hard to catch up. But again, as you saw, Doodle was unfortunately unable to finish off and secure that first place due to, I believe, we saw Sting from Blue Ink Wing was able to get a KO, assumably on Doodle, which made it nearly impossible for Doodle to get that 150 points. Very fortunate for fumblers on that, but still very well done on Gate to the Sky. Everyone did a very fantastic job. So I'm very interested to see how everyone plays Steel Bowels, and I'm interested to see what picks we're going to be seeing on Steel Bowels.
Yeah, and I'm sure teams will be ready to adjust their strategies the moment they get to see their scores. So let me just pull that up for you guys real quick. And once we have the scores up, then everyone will know exactly what's up. I mean, that's kind of an interesting thing about this game, I feel, is that you kind of have to be okay with the feeling of, hey, we're gonna give up this race. Like, we're not gonna go for positional points or anything, but maybe we're like focusing on denying points. That's part of the thing about this format, right? It's like if you're playing for like the score tally at the end, I wonder if players want to be like, okay, you know, maybe we want to like target this team and like keep them out of the race, like they can't farm kills or anything, or like maybe we got to play a little more defensive. We got to push or pull away, just keep whatever score lead we have. You know, like I wonder how teams are gonna adjust their strategy.
It's gonna be interesting to say the least, because knowing what your points are and knowing what your opponent's, you do have to understand who's the biggest threats, who are the biggest targets, things of that nature. And not knowing this is something that could actually be very problematic. And we do see Blue Ink Wing with 1,020 points after 3 races, playing out of their minds. Very well done for Blue Ink Wing. D3 Drift Destroy with 860 points. very well done. The Fumblers with 795. Oops, almost made a mistake here. Fumblers with very close behind Drifter Up Destroy, and even closer behind them is the Substitutes with 760. For a team of players that kind of were rounded together through through our system, where we're looking for players that wanted to get on a team, looking for just in general trying to actually make a team. They're doing a very fantastic job. Assumably they weren't able to play with each other for long periods of time, so they're doing really well against against these teams. So I'm very interested to see how everything pans out. And it looks like since Blue Ink Wing has such a massive lead, almost 200 points on D3, we may actually see a lot of players opt into actually targeting Blue Ink Wing, trying to take away as many points away from Blue Ink Wing as possible here, especially trying to slow Sting down and ELX. ELX just making these massive front runs and getting a lot of KOs here. Could see a lot of aggressive play, which it would make a lot of sense here. I think when it comes to the Fumblers and Substitutes, they definitely have potential here for the last 3 races being 3 tracks that are actually very, let's just say there's a lot of potential for KOs, and they can be very aggressive tracks to do a lot of crazy things on. It's very, very interesting to see how it's all going to be playing out. So I'm very interested to see how each of these teams actually really pushes through and actually gets their points back, or denies points as well.
Yeah, and I mean, now we're going to go into Steel Bowels. I know they bug fixed this patch so that people can actually take the shortcut without blowing up, but it's still a very aggro track. It's just, a ton of narrow corridors. That shortcut just being so important, you have to play around it, right? Starting off with the Risco team too.
We see Gabrielle, we see Ritzko, we see Gregor. This makes a lot of sense, but the Gabrielle pick is the one that's the most interesting to me. Now, this makes a lot of sense, though, because, again, remember, the shortcut is a lot more narrow here, and since the shortcut's so narrow, this is one of these tracks that you have to be very careful of, and you got to be very prepared for. If you do get caught out in a very bad situation, you could get KO'd very easily by the Gabrielle here. Now, the question is, will people have a strike charged up with the Roshin picks? Obviously, 100% we're going to see a lot of potential here. Tortilla is definitely going to have potential to really get some KOs here on the shortcut, which a lot of players might actually not even opt into the shortcut for the first time. But I think there's going to be a lot of chaos here, and this is where we could see the Roshin pick really
the lockouts. Oh, and Hexaberry just does not want anything to do with that, but...
As you see, though, so many players made it in, and when you see Doodle get KO'd immediately.
Really, really aggressive. Like, that's a very brave boost in there. You only have the one sync. People are going to come at you with, more entropy, or if you have a Roshin on your tail, what are you going to do, right?
And again, this is where the Roshin pick really comes into play here. Seeing that KO immediately is insane. And for a 5-lap track, even though this is called an S grade, I can tell you right now, this is going to be more of a B grade for battle, and we're going to see a lot of it. Now, the big thing is with Blade in the front here, Blade is not too far ahead of any of the other leaders here, and this is one of the best things for Blade, I would argue, because if he's able to get overtaken here and going into the shortcut, you get a lot of KOs very quickly here. It's very, very good for Blade. Now, we do see a respawn at the front there. It looks like someone did get KO'd here. Sting is in 7th place here.
No, ELX didn't get the KO. They're at 150.
And looking at the shortcut, as you can see, the collision difference is impeccable. Makes it a lot easier. Luna go for the KO, but Kiwi with a good block here. Very well done from Kiwi.
Amazing defense. Good attempt by Luna. Still keeping pace, though. Tortilla's just getting
Tortilla
KO'd
got
right
exploded. Very unfortunate for Tortilla. And we do see immediately D3 with the big lead of 285. Well, big for the time being. We could see this actually could get more narrow as the track goes on.
ELX are we going to see leaders battling it out? Because they're not too far behind. I wonder if ELX is trying to hold on to the 150 or maybe fishing for a few extra points. What do you think?
I would assume ELX might try to opt into keeping the 150, and ELX is going to try to maintain this, so that way puts a lot less pressure on ELX's team from Blue Ink Wing to actually give tons of KOs. Maybe this will help a lot because, again, the difference between first and second place points-wise is about 4 KOs, or 3 KOs, I should say. So being a difference of about 3-ish KOs is very important to understand. So making sure that Blue Ink Wing actually has less points they have to actually fight for makes it a lot easier for them to take first place away from everyone else. And I believe we did hear a KO not too long ago, but unfortunately we couldn't figure out who it was. Blade is actually trying it. Blade's trying as hard as possible here to catch up,
coming up on Blade with an OD. Oh, unfortunate fumble.
Very, very unfortunate. This ain't good here. Grunkle is still in the back with Cryptic. Looks like the Gregor picks are unfortunately not really able to do anything, but we do see Grunkle get level 2, I believe that was. And now Gregor's finally online. Hexaberry is potentially going to get KO'd here. Looks like it did not get KO'd, actually. Hexaberry might actually look to do some shenanigans on the shortcut here. One of the big things with Fermi is that because Fermi actually doesn't get the instant speed up with his overdrive, or not overdrive, with the
Akane action right here. Oh, the strike bait immediately.
We'll come back to the Fermi talk here in a second here. Luna could be in trouble here, and Luna does opt into slowing down a lot, maybe looking to strike bait Doodle. Doodle may fall for it, and Luna goes for the KO, and it gets blocked. Sting actually blocks it.
Doodle doesn't block
Luna missed the target.
Luna just misses, unfortunately.
With Luna actually missing, but forcing Sting Blaze to use a shield, this is really bad. And Sting actually dodges the next strike. Very well done from Sting. Very unfortunate that they had to use a shield, but hey, it's all right. They have a lot of entropy built up with the machine. And we do see the race is already over.
We haven't even checked on ELX in such a while. Like, ELX just so far ahead. Lapping almost. Look at that.
Again, this is where the leader cars, especially on these like straightaways, can go nuts because the leader cars are so much faster. They can just immediately take advantage of the straightaways super well. And Ritzko being
here. There we go.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'd be shocked if we didn't. Cryptic might be looking to see if he can get a KO here. Now the question is, does Cryptic actually blow up on this 90-degree turn here? Because the shield's running out. Are we going to see the KO? Does not get KO'd, so there's no self-KO. But can Cryptic get the KO on what looks to be Hexaberry? Hexaberry is in trouble. This dog might be going to the pound here, unfortunately. There's one. Hexaberry trying to get away. The question is, can Hexaberry actually get away from Cryptic in time? And it looks like he does.
I feel like Cryptic should have just gone for the positional points at that point. You know, like, you're coming up on someone, it's no telegraphed attack. And that's 20 points that Cryptic gives up by not being in 11th, you know? Like,
it's very unfortunate to say the least.
Or at least 5 points.
We do see Blue Inkwing again taking the advantage here and tying actually with D3 for 285.
Look at that. Such a close distribution. 285, 285, 280. It sounded like such a crazy race, but it turned out to be so even.
Everyone's really pushing themselves to be as careful as possible when it comes to not getting KO'd constantly. So they've done a very good job not getting KO'd at all and not causing themselves to get KO'd unnecessarily, which is very well done from them. Is unfortunately when it comes to the fact that you had the situation where a lot of these teams did not get KO'd, it did make for a very close race, which is super cool, which is super interesting to watch. It was super, in general, is very amazing to see how these players actually played around being on the defensive rather than the offensive, especially on a track you would assume would be hyper offensive when in actuality it did not. Very well done overall.
We're going to assembly side B next. Where oh, whoops. I hit the wrong thing. Oh.
Well, it looks like we are doing
I hit the wrong key. I hit the wrong key. This is I've got to exit the party. I hit the wrong key. I hit my control by accident. I did not mean to. Oh no. I can't believe it, dude. It's I had to use control for like something else and I was trying to use control for something else and I was clicked on the game. Oh no.
F's in the chat.
Truly.
Well, it's all right. At least we didn't have to suffer through a random race, so the players don't get fatigued from something out of their control. So we do not have to worry about that, and the players do not have to worry about that. So good job with that. Good job with avoiding that overall. So let's try this again. We are going to, I believe you said research site B.
Let's do this again one more time.
Or no, it was assembly site B. I don't know where I got research from. Assembly site B. So I want to see how assembly site B actually, for the most part, pans out once we get to it, once we get all the teams back together. Hopefully the teams still stay with their original colors here, so we'll see substitutes, D3 fumblers, and Blue Inkwing on yellow, red, blue, and green respectively. Hopefully we don't have to worry about that.
There's one of those rare instances actually where we get like two of the same location, right? Usually,
yes.
With the tracks, it's like, you know, you have. It's actually like remixes, right? Port and Downtown Run share a lot of similarities, but they're like sort of like remixes. And more often than not, we have so many tracks, we just end up all over the place. But here, it's like, you know, we got Research Ground, and then we're going right back to Assembly Site B.
it's very interesting to see we're getting basically two of the same tracks, just one with an extension, one without it. So again, gotta wait and see how everyone gets put into make sure everyone gets into the correct teams here. Hopefully we do see everyone on the correct teams overall. Everyone's in
so
the
yellow
correct
was
positions.
Cubs, red was D3, blue was I think blue was
Fumblers.
Yeah, and green was Ing. You know,
Yep,
so
and I think
we have blue.
I believe
Inkling
everyone
on
is
green.
currently in the right.
We have blue,
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Inkling
we
on
have-
green.
Well, unfortunate, they don't like the color blue as much as they lead themselves on to be, unfortunately.
I guess so.
But that's okay. At least, again, don't have to worry about everyone having to play a random race. That would have been very unfortunate. So, Assembly Site B, though, again, because it's near identical to Research Ground, well, I believe it. 1 second here.
It's going to be very it's very similar.
me.
If you look at we can look at it just here. There are a lot of similarities between the two.
Again, like I was trying to say, I'm sorry, I had to mute my mic for a second. Because Assembly Site B and Research Grounds are pretty much very similar tracks, and for the most part, you have Assembly Site B itself, or Research Grounds going into Assembly Site B is basically just getting a massive extension, almost like doubling the length of the track, roughly. This is going to be, I think we're going to see a lot of very similar picks here, which would make a lot of sense. It'd be very interesting to see if we did see a lot of different picks, genuinely. But we do see a few more straightaways on Assembly Site B as opposed to Research Grounds. So there is potential that we actually do see, for the most part, that we could see some more aggressive straight running or less steer, or cars that have less good steer, to say the least. They have a worse steer overall, but they could be more aggressive, maybe a little higher speed due to it. So we could see some of those picks, but I don't think we're going to see a lot of players opt into that kind of idea. I think we're going to see a lot more players actually opt into legitimately trying to push for, let's just say, the same picks, trying to see the Hina, the Ritzko. We might actually see Mr. A from Doodle again, which would make a lot of sense. The Lavinia is probably going to come back out as well. So we'll just see. Again, there could be some unique differences. I don't think there will be. I think we'll see a lot of similar picks. But if we do see some unique differences, I will be very interested in seeing what people opt into. And going into Assembly Site B, we do see the Dirk. We do see something very interesting.
I missed the Dirk.
Tortilla,
yes, let's go!
On the Dirk. It is time for Big Dirk energy.
You just know he's spamming it right now, and we can't hear it because we're spectating. But if you're in the race, you hear the call-outs, and I think now
this is gonna be interesting to see. Dirk now again. Dirk overall does not have the best drift by any means, and I believe doesn't have the best steer by any means. But what he lacks in steering and control, he pays off in dividends when it comes to hyper-aggressive play and and chaining KOs. This is a character that you have to be very careful about. And the fact that there's so many spots where Dirk can actually really pop off and there's going to be a lot of congestion could actually lead to Dirk getting tons and tons of kills, getting a lot of entropy. And it really depends on how we see Tortilla actually play Dirk. And the thing is, this might be good for... And we do see a KO immediately coming out on Cryptic. Cryptic getting KO'd immediately. Rambini gets the sync charge. Will Rambini go for a KO? We do see another KO, unfortunately. This is very, very interesting to see already. We get a lot of KOs. Rambini might be looking for a KO on someone. Hexberry does use a shield.
Lots of
we see Blade trying to go for a KO as well. Again, when are we going to see this Dirk actually go for any KOs here? Will we potentially see Dirk try to KO his own teammate to extend the Bloodlust?
You know,
is that even a thing? I don't know if that's...
It works. It works. You can KO your teammates and like get sync and get an extension on your Bloodthirst, but I don't think I've seen a lot of teams play with that.
The question is, so Tortilla's got nothing so far yet. I wonder if they will opt into the Dirk chaining for their team. I wonder if substitutes will look for something like that, because it could work.
I don't think they know about the shortcut.
I think they might know about the shortcut, but they don't want to risk it with Dirk, because again, Dirk's drift and Dirk's steer are really bad here, but his boost and overall his strike are pretty long-winded. So maybe they're just trying to be careful here. But the fact that they're not staying in the back and they're trying to front run a little bit more with the Dirk is actually very interesting to see.
A little bit of spectator
it feels like they're going against it. The Alexa actually gets a strike boost or gets a shield bash boost. And there seems to be a KO in the back there.
Just heard that Apollo pop an OD.
The question is, can Apollo, where is Apollo
right
himself?
Here. Why
is it showing?
Unfortunate.
Looks like it's not showing Doodle on the left side here. Apollo actually being able, we're going to potentially see Sting actually overtake and take take out a lot of these points away from a lot of these other teams. And we do see immediately one big thing that we haven't talked about yet is D3 with 420 points already. It looks like Dirk is actually getting dirked on himself rather than actually doing the dirking to all the other characters. This is not good for Dirk as a character. Tortilla may not be able to get these KOs that they are looking for. Very unfortunate. Luna doesn't get KO'd by Rambini here, which is very well done. And looks like Sting is again taking a shortcut, trying to keep ahead. Wait, no,
I don't think Rambini got a KO. I think she missed.
No, Rambini did not get the KO. Rambini almost got the KO. Sting's still holding this, and ELX is holding second place. But again,
I mean,
we do
Sting
see the
is
fact
just
that we
proving
have
that Hina is not. Hina's not a member. SFR has 2 leaders. Strikeforce Ramonda, they have 2 leaders.
Listen, all I'm saying is, last Screamer Saturday, I talked about the new lore drop that Hina was actually the leader of Strikeforce Ramonda, and I think Sting is proving it even again. Dodo with an overdrive shark KO and Super Plastic, an insane KO.
Plastic.
Very well done. This is when now the big thing is because the fumblers aren't getting a lot of points here. This is really bad here. Blue Inkwing has 320. They have to try to deny Blue Inkwing of any points they can, but I think since Blue Inkwing's just trying to maintain a good amount of points, try not to get too overtaken by other teams like D3, trying to make sure that they can get just enough points where they don't have to focus too heavily on KOs. Sting pops the overdrive here, so it looks like Sting and ELX are going to opt into trying to just end this race in first and second here.
Yeah.
So it's going to be very interesting here. But again, substitutes. What sucks is the substitutes. Oh, we do see Blade slow down here. We do see someone going out of control. Blade trying to get a KO here. Unfortunately, he's doing some backrooms clipping here. And we do see Grunkle trying to get a counter KO, misses it, unfortunately. Not able to get anything off here. Very, very unfortunate here. Cryptic actually pops the OD behind. Is Blade going to get KO'd by Cryptic?
Chasing. He wants this KO.
Question is, will it happen? It looks like it did. Blade does get KO'd by Cryptic, and Cryptic's going on. Rambini does get KO'd as well.
Rambini.
This could be really good for substitutes to get a few more points here, but I think it's just unfortunately too little, too late, unable to get anything off with the Dirk and with the Gabrielle. Two hyper-aggressive picks here. And Cryptic does try to get the KO on Grunkle, but Grunkle with the shield pop trying to just get away and trying to get the points that Grunkle can to secure a good amount of points here. And that's going to be it. Looks like we have the secured points for D3 and Blue Inkwing, and it looks like it's just coming down to these last couple players trying to just finish the race here.
Just trying to get whatever we can scrape by at the end, but that is actually huge for D3. I mean, look at the point gap.
D3 really, really needed these points here. Very, very well done. Huge result for them because, I mean, after like so many races of it being essentially even, they finally got their big break, right? And Hexaberry coming in with a ton of KO points. You know, Fermi can still put in work. Hexaberry is showing off why Fermi is not a pick you can't just because Fermi is considerably not the best pick by most players. That doesn't mean Fermi can't come in and play and just really pop off. You can't just because a character is considered low tier does not mean the character is completely garbage or anything like that. You cannot count any character out. And Hexaberry really showing you cannot count out the dog just because there's no overdrive, just because his strike takes longer. You cannot count him out. Very well done, genuinely, from Hexaberry and all of D3. Very good race.
Last one's gonna be
but going on to the last race,
let's get a quick score update just to make sure we all know where exactly the teams are.
The question is, in general, what are we going to see when it comes to the scores? Are we going to see D3 super close to Blue Inkwing, or is Blue Inkwing going to be just a little too far ahead? What is going to end up happening here? That is what I'm very curious about.
Ask and you shall receive.
All right, let's see what ends up happening here.
Going into the final race, we have Blue Inkwing at first, 1635, but that last race was so big for D3. They catapulted ahead, going right into second, 1590, only 45 points behind. Fumblers behind at 1265. You know, that's, I don't know, Fumblers and substitutes are really going to have to play for KOs in this next race. That's the only way they can make up this deficit.
Oh, absolutely. And again, just like we were saying, this is exactly what D3 needed. The fact that D3 is only off by about, I want to say 45 points. No, that's too No, I think I'm wrong on that. Actually, it might be correct. Anyways, that's besides the point. The fact that they're only off by about 45 points here is actually very interesting because this means that on Hawk Trail, which again, they played super well on this last track of Assembly Site B, which is exactly what they needed. If they do this again and they really perform again on Hawk Trail, and Blue Ink Wing cannot deny D3 the points here, D3 will end up taking this round from Blue Ink Wing and just steal it right from under their nose.
But that's the most important thing, right? You don't need to win the round, you just need to progress, and top two progress. So it's more on the fumblers and the substitutes to make up that deficit, right? Like, they just need, I mean, it's over 300 points. They have to go hard with the KOs, right? It's an uphill battle, but we've seen some crazy comebacks in this game, haven't we?
Oh, absolutely we have. I mean, heck, look at the one race back in Welcome to Neo Ray where Bonds, I believe, when he was on Demons, almost dropped a 600-point game or something like that. It was ridiculous, almost making it a 2-round or day 2 just because of that one race. It was an impeccable race, and they just played out of their mind.
Yeah, I mean, that's the power of KOs, right? Like, you can just make back that deficit if you're willing to play aggressive, but you also really have to make sure that you're not making yourself a KO target. You don't feed anybody else KOs either, right? The onus is on the fumblers and the substitutes here. Let's see if they can make it work.
And it really comes down to, is the balance of these teams going to be there? Are you going to be properly balanced between everything, or are you going to give up too many KOs? It really comes down to what's going to end up happening here. And we do see Cryptic on the Dirk here. We do see another Dirk. We see Hexaberry still holding strong on Fermi. And here we go, like a shooting star. Let's see how the last race burns. Kiwi already with the front with Rambini and Blade following behind. We do see 2 Gabriels and 2 Ritzkos, so there's going to be a very KO-heavy race here. A lot of teams are opting into very offensive setups here.
A lot of Hinas here, so again, as you would expect.
A lot of Hinas. I believe there's a couple of Roshins I saw. Again, this is exactly what the teams really want to be doing. They want to go for KOs. We see Tortilla on KG as well, seeing a lot of KO-heavy characters here. They want to actually get as many KOs as possible here. Apparently, we're having just a cosplay party with all of Strike Force Armada here up in top 5. So we're probably going to see a lot of craziness happen here very soon. And the shortcut here coming up with all these players, we may actually see either a car pile up or we see a KO come out.
Oh,
and Rambini does not get KO'd here.
Shortcut, but
it actually looks to have helped. And Blade with 2 KOs, 3 KOs actually.
Blade coming in with 2 KOs off of that one shortcut.
Blade, again, this is where the shortcut comes into play. This is what these teams need. Substitutes get off to a really good start here with a lot of KOs. This is very well done. Tortillas with a really good block here. This is what Tortillas needs to actually start catching up and get enough sync. Now Tortillas pops the overdrive instantly. Are we going to look for KO? There's one on Doodle, I believe. Goes for Cryptic.
Okay,
there's 2. Going for Rambini. He's going to go. Is he going to go for a team?
All 3 fumblers at once. What a crazy OD from Fresh Tortillas.
We call that a turkey in bowling, but he gets KO'd anyways.
I don't think he got KO'd. I think he touched the wall.
Or he touched the wall, but he self-KO'd. Anyways, still insane to see. He got a triple, took the team out, got 3 strikes. Cryptic in 7th, 8th place, looking to fight here, gets KO. Cryptic with KO. Cryptic gets KO
right into the Dirk Bloodthirst.
Cryptic gets out of KO. This is exactly what this is just insane to see. We're seeing a lot, and Sting Blaze looks to have somehow managed to get to 1st place here. I don't know how Sting got up here. I don't know what's going on, but Blade doesn't seem to be taking too kindly to this. Blade, I think, is going to be looking for a KO here, and it looks like Grunkle tries to go for the KO, but Blade is looking to try to get back to 1st place here, and Blade trying to dodge. Kiwi doesn't get the strike or block. Kiwi gets a really good block here and gets sent super far away from Blade. This is very good for Kiwi. All of the fumblers are between 6th to 8th place here, but this could be really good here. It just depends on what they all do. Cryptic again with 100 points in 7th place with the Dark Bloodthirst already pulling some weight here. It looks like Cryptic's going to be looking for some KOs here. Maybe look at the chain here. Cryptic dodges the Luna KO and does not get the KO with a really good block, but gets slowed down tremendously. Very unfortunate. This is really what Cryptic did not want to see. And the thing is, because the Blue Ink Wing are now in 1st with 350 points, D3 have to really get some KOs here. They need anything here. They got to start pushing for some KOs big time. Super Plastic dodges the strike here. Doesn't have to worry about this.
That's something we're seeing a lot more players do, right? They're not willing to play that strike bait minigame. They just want to break, put them in a bad position, and then counter KO like we just saw with Super Plastic.
Again, it's just insane. Like, these teams are trying their hardest to make sure that they do and don't lose points. And it looks like D3 now going from the bottom to the top here is going to second place after gaining a lot of points here. Super Plastic is fighting for this top spot against some of the leaders. And we do see Grunkle.
Hello?
Grunkle, don't worry about Grunkle. He has installed some special gauge modifications. We will not talk about those. Anyways, what we will talk about is the fact that Grunkle is maintaining a high position with Sting as well, making sure to make sure they hold the fort, trying to make sure they get top 2 guaranteed here. And D3 is trying to make sure that they do not lose top 2 either. So it's going to be very tough here. We're already coming on the final lap. A lot of these members are actually starting to get to the final lap as well. And we see a lot of these leaders and Sting as well, all just hanging out here and in the final lap, about halfway done with it. So we're going to see what ends up happening here. We're going to see a lot of KOs. We're going to see maybe substitutes. We're going to see maybe fumblers actually get enough KOs to potentially make an upset happen. Probably not, but hopefully that we can see some craziness happen. There's a lot of KOs coming out left, right, and center. It's insane to see this. The scores are so tied right now. We see Blue Ink Wing Fumblers and D3 all so close to each other within 10-point margin of one another. Substitutes have been struggling this race, unfortunately, but Tortillas with a lot of KOs here. But unfortunately, the race has ended. It is now going to come down to Luna and Tortillas from the substitutes to try to get anything done. They're all the way in the back here. Very tough, and we do see their third member is on the shortcut right now, so substitutes need something to happen here. Oh, it's going to be a bad position for the most part. But we do see, because Blue Ink Wing has now surpassed the 400-point threshold, and I believe they have ended the race now. They have ended with 415, and I believe we're going to see D3 end off here. Hexaberry is going to end off for their team.
And we're seeing the subs close this set out. Great races
that's gonna
from
be
everybody. Very well done. We're going to calculate the final scores and get back to who's progressing from this round. Joker, how are we feeling about not just the final race, but the whole set?
I think, honestly, as the set progressed, people were starting to figure out how everyone wanted to play. I think people were starting to figure out what kind of styles actually mattered the most in this specific group. I think that was a huge thing that really helped players to understand what they needed to worry about constantly, what they needed to be fearful of in general, things of that nature. And because of that, I think they were able to make a lot happen. They were able to really take control of everything that was going on when it came to a lot of these races. I think D3 really was in a position where they could have gotten overtaken by fumblers or even substitutes that they messed up too many times in the last half of the races. So this is very, very well done from D3 to actually maintain the lead and almost nearly catch up and overtake. I can't even think of the team name. I'm sorry, but they almost overtook Blue Ink Wing, and it's just insane to see how close this was. Genuinely. Like, we are seeing some incredible races. We're seeing some incredible racing lines, some incredibly aggressive plays. It is super, super interesting to see how these teams really played out. And they made a lot of very interesting picks. We saw the Academy, we saw the KG, we saw Dirk. We saw Lavinia in this lobby. Like, we saw a lot of very cool characters. We did not see Hiroshi. We didn't see Frederick. We did not see, I don't think we saw a Hope yet. I think we might have.
We saw Hope. We did see Hope.
Okay.
Sting picked Hope on Route 1N.
Gotcha. Thank you. But again, we saw so many of these unique character picks, and once we see these scores, we will know who's progressing. But I believe, if I had to assume, it should be D3 and Blue Ink Wing will be progressing forward.
It is the next indeed. Blue Ink Wing and D3 will be progressing to round 2. Great work from the fumblers and the substitutes. A good fight. That should say 1575, not 1576. But you know, this game is stressful. This game is a lot going on at once, and the fumblers and the substitutes are both first timers going up against teams that have been, you know, playing and grinding for weeks now. But I mean, despite all that, they still put up a great fight. I wanna highlight in particular. I think in that last race on Hawk Trail, we saw KG, right? We saw Tortillas go to war with KG. That was really, really nice.
Just, there's so many cool, just in general, some cool plays that actually kind of just occurred here. It's just very, very well done from these teams. And I assume we're going to be going into a short break to get everyone wrangled together for this next race.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break while we get the next round set up. Shouldn't be more than maybe 15 minutes, and then after that, we'll be right back.
All right, perfect.
All right, guys. I have gotten the All right, so I've gotten the groups put up. Joker's coming back from his little break. I'm curious. What are you guys? Who are you guys expecting to win? Of all the teams that are in the tournament right now, who do you guys think has the best chance of winning? Just based off Screamer status is one. We have what we've seen today. Who are you guys rooting for? Who do you guys want to see win? And who do you guys think will win?
Ooh, my opinion, honestly, it's hard to say for sure. Like, all these teams have been playing out of their mind, genuinely. I think one team that I think is definitely going to be the biggest, how do I put this? The one team that I would argue that has the highest potential to kind of take it all home is actually Demons. Demons from Screamer Saturdays 1 put up an incredible performance and really played out of their mind. I think that is something that a lot of players are going to remember for going forward. And I think that's something that they are worried about, because when you have a team as strong as Demons, genuinely, you have to be very careful with what you do, and you have to be very careful about how you go about everything, because when you have to deal with a team that is built like Demons, you have to be on the lookout for how they're going to play. I mean, heck, you have Pan, you have Bond, you have Helioshade. I believe those are the three for the team currently. There might be more, and I'm just forgetting. And if I am, I'm very sorry. But that is a team that's dangerous, like deadly dangerous. I mean, we saw it. Screamer Saturday 1, Pan put on an incredible performance, to say the least. Bonds went absolutely nuts, and Helioshade played very well as well, just out of their mind. So again, something we have to be very weary about, and I think that's going to be the team that might take the whole thing, is honestly Demons. But that's just my personal bias, because they just play out of their mind, genuinely. They're just really, really good. But again, that doesn't mean they will, obviously. We saw how, I believe it was Drift's team from Welcome to Neo Ray, which was Redacted, if I remember correctly.
Redacted is a killer team as well.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, going to Screamer Saturday 1, they launched to, I believe, a new team that showed up for Screamer Saturday, if I remember correctly. They were beaten out, if I remember.
Was it by Blue Ink, or was it D3?
I do not remember for sure. I think it was D3 that did, which, again, that just goes to show, like, just because a team is strong and a team has played super well does not mean that they're, let's just say they're not invincible, for lack of a better terms.
Say that
They
again?
have... What?
Never mind.
Oh my god, you shut up. We're not doing the title card thing. Anyways, all I can say is that just because we did see that showing from Drift, I believe Sun Chasers also lost to a new team as well during that time, and they were the second placing team of Welcome to Neo Ray, which, again, the fact that you have these really solid teams and they're very insane at the game, they still have a chance to lose, which is just scary to think about, especially now that it's a team format. You have to be playing out of your mind. But I think this is where Demons thrive genuinely as a team, is they're very offensive. They're very KO hungry, for lack of a better term. They want to look for these these opportunities to really fist fight people and look to take a lot of points. And I think that's where they're going to strive way more than a lot of these other teams. I think that's where a lot of the other teams are actually going to suffer, is because I don't think they may not be prepared for how much offense Demons as a team brings to the table. So we'll have to wait and see how Demons themselves play going forward. So I'm very, very interested to see.
And I just double checked. Yeah, you were right. It was D3 that took out Redacted last time, and Sun Chasers went out Blue Ink Wings. I mean, there's so much talent in this game, man. Like, I know it's a very new game. We're just seeing so many players come in from all different games. I know Bonds was huge in Inertial Drift, which is a very similar game to this in terms of its control scheme. It's not one-to-one, but he's definitely bringing that here. Pan has been a Need for Speed Hot Pursuit 2010 player. I'm not personally too sure about Helioshade, but I mean, you know, you and me, we come from Sonic Crossroads, we come from kart racing, Luna as well. Just people coming from all walks of life, all different types of games for something that is just so unique, so different, right? Like, you do what game
it's out of the
there
ordinary.
Like this?
There's, like, the big thing that brought me into the game, and one of the big things is genuinely, like, the offense, like the fighting game kind of aspect. Like, to me, I never played racing games until, like, Streamer and Crossworlds for the most part, so I actually am brand new to a lot of the racing game stuff. I come from, like, Tekken, Street Fighter, I come from, like, MOBAs, I come from a lot of different games, but one thing that drew me into these games genuinely is the fact there's so much fighting potential, there's so much offensive potential that you have, and you can dictate a lot of the game and a lot of the pace of each of these games based on your offense, your understanding of the defensive qualities of each of your characters or your playstyle, things of that nature. And that's what drew me into Screamer itself, is there's so much you have that you have to understand about your character, your car, and you can dictate so much of the pace of the game, the pace of how you play, things of that nature, based on just how you want to go about playing the game with your playstyle and how your character wants to go about actually performing their own actions. And that's something that, again, there's a reason why I love this game, and I'm so happy to come from fighting games, genuinely. I'm not the best by any means. I'm not going to try to say I am a good fighting game player at all, but they were so much fun, and I enjoyed playing them. I'm definitely more of a casual fighting game fan rather than a competitive fighting game fan, to say the least. But it was a ton of fun, genuinely, being able to see a game such as Streamer, which I used to play. I played a lot of Mario Kart as a kid, and I played a lot of, like, goofy racing games casually as a kid. And seeing that fighting games and racing games were able to make a little bit of a mesh between the two really brought me in and made me very excited to see how Screamer is overall.
They are just very directly influenced by fighting games. If you look at their interviews, they constantly refer back to fighting games, right? Like the meter system, directly inspired by Street Fighter, King of Fighters, the whole team system with, like, teams, and you have, like, 3 characters per team, and sort of the, you know, getting people, like, making people anchors or, like, you know, point characters. Like, that's also very, like, King of Fighters. That's, you know, something they've really leaned on. And then the whole languages thing is from Tekken. They love fighting games, they love racing games. They've been mixing and matching all these different things. And, you know, there's still room for the game to improve, still room for the game to grow. But, I mean, I don't know, man. What we have right now is just such a breath of fresh air and so fun to play.
Exactly. The game is very fun. It may be a niche game, to say the least, in some aspects, but I think regardless of it being niche, it is incredibly fun. And what the devs have done to make this game very interesting and making the game very intriguing overall is something that I genuinely I cannot understate, and I don't think any of us can. We cannot state enough how like interesting it is, but we also can't understate how like incredible it is overall and how interesting and unique it is overall. Now, my biggest question currently is, what are the teams up to currently? What are they planning? What are these teams that we're about to see thinking when it comes to their combos? Are we going to see are we going to see some super unique team combos? Are we going to see some very interesting stuff? Or are we going to see some of the same things that these teams have been going for and just sticking with their guns? Regardless of what they decide on, what I do know is that the fact that they are going to play kind of what they really enjoy is the biggest thing. So hopefully we do see a lot of these players actually opting into some of their main characters and playstyles, because I think that is the most interesting to watch. But I wouldn't be against at all seeing how some of these other teams actually, in general, play more unique picks and play unique styles compared to what they're normally used to. Both of them are super, super interesting, and I'm very excited to see what ends up happening.
Yeah, I'm just going to focus on getting the stream lobby set up, so...
Go right ahead. Hopefully all the teams are ready, and that's all I can say, because I am excited to watch this. What teams do we have for this round coming up? Are we going?
We're gonna have Demon. That's a good question. We're gonna have Demons. We're gonna have Redacted, and we're gonna have Street Saints. So we haven't seen any of these teams. They were playing in a different round in round one.
Oh, interesting. Now this is gonna get very, very intriguing to see how this actually pans out. So might as well talk about it. What's gonna end up happening to the 4 teams that we just saw in Group C? What's the game plan on this night? Do you want to spoil anything yet, or do you want to just hold off?
All I'll say is that if there's a team that's really adaptable with their strategy, it's Demons. They're highly, highly adaptable. But I mean, from their last round, Demons and Street Saints were reasonably close in terms of points. But Demons came out ahead. But both are teams to be reckoned with, right? And Redacted, of course, is our Welcome to Neo Ray winner too. So we can never count them out.
Exactly, and that's what makes it more interesting. Genuinely, there's not a single one of these teams that can be counted out. And I think honestly, I'm very excited to see how Redacted have really improved ever since Screamer Saturday 1. Screamer Saturday 1. They may not have had the best showing from what we were able to see, but you know what? I guarantee you they're playing their hearts out, and I guarantee you they're going to play out of their minds coming into Screamer Saturday 2. I think they've been really wanting to push themselves forward and really trying to improve themselves, so I'm extremely excited to see how they've evolved as a team. I really am, because I think they are in general a very solid group of players. And I wonder if they changed any of their team members. I wonder if Akuza's still on, Drift's still on. I'm not going to try to... I don't want to spoil too much because I haven't seen them since. I don't know. I believe Drift and Akuza are still on it. I wonder who their 3rd or 4th members are. Did they change any of them by chance? That's a good question here.
Redacted still has JM Drift. They still have Akuza. Akuza's been a mainstay. I think for today, Athena's coming in as a sub. Athena from Shrimp Fried Rice.
From the Shrimp Fried Rice goat.
Yeah.
Athena themselves. Very, very interested to see this. I'm excited. Shrimp Fried Rice was played so well. It was very unfortunate they lost to TLR, but TLR put up a really good fight against them in losers finals. So I cannot wait to see how Athena is actually going to operate with a different team in general. Wonder what Athena's main gameplay style will be with a different team. Will it be a little more safe? Will it be a little more like patient, or will it be more hyper aggressive trying to get some points? That is what I'm very interested in seeing, genuinely.
I do want to take a bit of a break to address something that we haven't really talked about yet. It's very important.
Okay.
We're missing a very, very dear person on this stream, right? Mila's not here, and that's because she is off running the MomoCon 2026 Sonic Racing Crossworlds bracket. That is also being currently streamed. If you guys like Crossworlds, or you guys just want to go and see what Mila's been up to, definitely give that a look. She's been putting her best foot forward for that event. And she'll be back for the next Streamer Saturdays, but you know, I did want to shout out her hard work and what she's been doing for not just this community, but also the Crossroads community. Thank you so much, Mila. I know you're not probably hearing this, but let's give it up for Mila. Let's all give it up for Mila, right? She's been...
Boo! No, I'm kidding. Dude, Mila's been putting in a lot of work. Mila does a very fantastic job, genuinely. Listen, let me mess around with Mila. Come on. Mila's great. Mila's great.
We'll talk after. I'm just kidding.
Great.
No
All right, guys. Your
disciplinary
caster's
action
gone.
this time. No disciplinary action this time.
Mila would have listen, all I'm saying is Mila would not have had it any other way. If I wasn't trolling Mila, at least at some point, I think Mila would have had my head. But I will say, the fact that Mila's been putting so much effort into another game, genuinely, like, Mila's put in so much work here, trying to do a fantastic job with the Screamer stuff, and now Mila's often pushing for another game, trying to push forward on that as well. It's super cool to see, genuinely. Like, obviously it's not Screamer stuff, and everyone here is mainly for Screamer, but the fact that we are hearing that Mila is pushing other scenes forward is just amazing to hear. I'm very hopeful with everything for Mila. Hopefully everything goes super well, and they don't have to worry about too much. I'm very, very excited to go watch the Crossroads stuff after this. I'm actually curious how everything's kind of worked out for the bracket and MomoCon stuff. I'm very interested to see what's all going on, because I didn't even think about watching it this morning. I should have started watching it, but I was more excited for the Screamer stuff personally, because I don't want to see Sonic running around in Mach 20 currently. I want to see some Frederick, some Dirk, some of these cool characters.
I mean, it would be cooler if Sonic was running, but they put him in a car and he doesn't even have the best stats. So, you know, all I'm saying. But we can go ahead and stop talking about Crossworlds and get right back to Screamer, because we are finally up with our lobby. Let me get the sound back up. Perfect. Okay. So we are up with the lobby. Introducing Yellow Squad. That is Street Saints, led by Prodigy. Great team. Very top level players on this team. Red Squad is Demons. And I mean, red is for demon, right? Red is for the devil. And these guys are truly just, you know, they'll drag you to hell. They'll do whatever it takes to win. And like, they are by far, I think, I agree with you, Joker, the best team on this roster right now. But that doesn't mean anything, because everyone's talented. Everyone can put in work, right? It's not being the best by a little bit. You know, maybe they'll cement it this time. Two Screamer Saturdays in a row. And then finally we have Blue Squad, which is Redacted, our Welcome to Neo Ray winner. So we got two tournament winners in the exact same round. We're going to be starting off with Research Grounds.
You didn't even show the tracks.
Oh, yeah, you're right, because I've been doing 5 different TO things all at once. Let me get the tracks up real quick.
Now, real quick, when it comes to this, I'll continue the casting so Knight can finish up his TO duties. The big thing is, since we have not only 2 tournament winning teams, but we also have another team that is, I would argue, equally able to actually equally win a tournament with Street Saints. We have a pretty stacked lineup, to say the least. I mean, heck, we have, again, we have Redacted, the winners of Welcome to Neo Ray. We have Demons, the winner of Screamer Saturdays, 1. And now Street Saints looking to potentially put their best foot forward and trying to beat both these teams. The question is, who is going to win this lobby, genuinely? Again, I think Demons, when it comes to any of these teams, probably the most likely to win, just because Demons' track record, especially in the last Screamer Saturdays, they had the endurance, the aggressiveness, the intelligence. Like, they played just out of their mind. But that does not mean that Redacted or Street Saints don't have those abilities, and they don't have those skills either. I do not want to count these teams out by any means. I'm very interested to see how they play around demons.
Let's go ahead and talk a little bit about the tracks real quick. We're going to go into... so, what do we have right now? We have Research Grounds. We're going to go straight to Ashes. The Port, Hawk Trail, Rocket Valley, Tire Burner. We're going to have a lot of twisty, turny tracks. Some returning from the first round of the stream. We already saw Research Grounds. And we saw Hawk Trail, but, you know, the other 4 are all new. So now that we have all the tracks up, and I can say that I showed you guys the tracks, let's get... I don't want to keep our racers waiting any longer than they have to, Joker. What do you say?
Let's get started right into this. Let's go into Research Grounds. We've already talked about Research Grounds quite a lot here. The big thing is that with these players, a lot of these players are just so incredible. So we're going to see a lot of unique picks. I think genuinely, when it comes to this, Drift is probably going to run the Ritzko. Ikuza might actually run the KG or Lavinia here. Ikuza is actually known for having a really solid Lavinia that can front run. So we might actually see the Lavinia here from Ikuza. I think Pan's going to stick with the KG. Pan really loves running KG, if at all possible, so we may see that. Helios Shade, I think, is the more wild card of the team of demons when it comes to the character picks. Bonds is more of the Nobara Ritzko player as well now. We did see Bonds like Gabrielle and play a good amount of Gabrielle previously. But again, that doesn't mean that does not mean by any means that Bonds is going to be limited to just the Gabrielle. So we'll have to wait and see what they all in general want to pick. I think we're going to see maybe I think maybe we see 2 KGs, one from Akuza, one from Pan. We'll see probably mostly Ritzko from the other 3 members, or from the 3 leaders. I think it makes the most sense that we're going to see Ritzko, but again, we'll have to wait and see. I don't want to say anything too early on, because if I say anything too early, we may not even see a single Ritzko, which could really be interesting to see what ends up happening from there.
We're just we're waiting a little bit on some players to come back. And once they're back, we'll get right to the first race.
While we're still waiting for the teams, let's talk about real fast the other tracks.
I'm gonna cut you off there, Joker, because we just got them back.
Ah, great.
Yeah, just in time to cut you off from whatever you're gonna say. All right, let me get the race ready, and then we'll continue. Okay, race is up. Perfect. Hi, Joker, what were you gonna say?
I was going to say, we're going to talk about the other tracks, but it looks like I don't have time to talk about any of these other tracks. Let's just talk about Research Grounds once again. Quickly going back into Research Grounds and what Research Grounds is as a track. Again, very kind of, not like the most windy track by any means, but it's definitely one where you see a lot of characters. So again, Hina Ritzko really pop off and perform really well. We might see a lot of them. And we do see 3 Hina, 2 Roshin, 3 Ritzko, and Pan on the KG. Again, and this is exactly what we expected to see. I did not expect anything different, to be honest. I expected exactly this lineup of characters. But seeing Ikuza actually opting into not play the KG or even opt into the Lavinia actually makes me shocked, because I know Ikuza really likes both those characters. But hey, Ikuza also has been picking up Roshin and playing Roshin a little bit more, so this is going to be very interesting to see. But again, a lot of these Hinas are going to be very aggressive, same thing with the Roshin, so we're going to see a lot of potential KOs, especially early KOs, so we're going to have to see how this ends up playing out. But one of the biggest things that we have to worry about in general when it comes to this is how are these players going to really perform when it comes to just the shortcut? Are we going to see a lot of KOs here on the shortcut, potentially from the Roshins?
We're probably not going to see a lot of KOs just yet. I think the Roshins are a little further ahead, so...
Maybe we won't see that many KOs in general. Maybe it might just be a front run out of your mind kind of setup here, where everyone's just trying to play to the positions a little bit more. Now we do see Faulty and Pan are in the back here, but Pan loves being in this position, unironically. Prodigy going for the the strike bait, and strike baits. Comics not getting, or Athena I should say, not getting that shield value. Unfortunately loses that sync bar, and not going to get it back here. Helios Shade right behind Start Kitsune. Now the question is, will Helios Shade be able to catch up and get a KO here? Pan getting no strike bait coming out. Pan does not fall for it. Pan is one of these players that's very well attuned to strike baits and making sure that they do not fall for them by any means here. Very, very well done from Pan. Very, very well done. Drift right behind Helioshape. Will Drift look to go for a strike bait here? I don't think they will. Actually, he is looking for it. Helioshape doesn't fall for it, though. Helioshape, again, just like Pan, does not fall for these strike baits, but unfortunately misses the shortcut from the looks of it. Kuza is...
now we go back to... But Helios falling a little further behind. Prodigy overtaking.
Helioshape, I think, barely missed the cut here. Akuza had to actually block here, I believe. So Akuza blocking whoever it was. Very well done from Akuza. Now, we do see a very specific set of tiers here. Demons with 300. We do see Street Saints with 250. And we do see Redacted with 205 here. This is a very tough race to get a lot of points in. And the fact that we're seeing such a wide split between all three teams, about 50 points between them all, very not good for the other two teams. Prodigy is getting caught up too.
And there we go.
But Pan gets the KO.
And Pan is just such a beast on that OD. Just you're never safe.
Again, this is why I was talking about how Pan as a player is a very big problem. This KG pick is insane, and Pan being in the back is never a bad thing. Pan understands that just because being in the back, it looks bad off rip. The fact that the track is so long and KG can get a very good start. I mean, again, Pan was in almost 12th place or not 12th, 9th place, I believe, which is the bottom place for these three teams. And now Pan's all the way in 3rd place with KG after that overdrive with a KO or two. This is very, very good for Demons. This is exactly what they wanted. This is exactly playing into the playstyle of Pan. Now the question is, can any of the teams actually catch up? Drift goes for the KO, but does get KO themselves.
Helio counter KOing Drift right there.
Helio with the counter KO is so important here. Akuza's still in overdrive here, trying to do whatever they can. But the thing is, Akuza's whole team is right here between 5th through 7th. This is really bad for Redacted. Akuza not getting any value here, and unfortunately gets a little too, let's just say, gets a little, not nervous, but nerves popped in and unfortunately hits the wall. Sarkitsune here in 2nd, holding down a really good position here. This is really good for Sarkitsune, denying a ton of points from Demons, but unfortunately, it's not going to be mainly denying from Demons. It's going to be trying to deny from Redacted getting higher points. And the big thing is, can Faulty get anything on the Kuza with the shield, trying
really
to block Faulty?
To, Prodigy and Faulty to try and make up the points at this point, because... Well,
there we
go. That's one right there, 230, 225. But I mean, look at the difference between Demons and the other two.
Again, they don't call them Demons for nothing. Look at them go. Bond's in overdrive right now, trying to just keep this front run going, trying not to give Starkitsune any chance to get anything. And we see Pan is trying to do whatever they can as well to try to catch up to Starkitsune. Pan might actually look to get a KO on Starkitsune here. Bonds is just pushing from the front, out of control here. Again, this is exactly what they need. And Bonds actually hops into the shortcut here. Bonds, again, to be on the team of Demons, you have to be a Demon racer yourself, and Bonds proving that once again. Again, this team is just out of control.
Oh no, unfortunate fumble from Kitsune.
This is the second time, and that's the KO on Pan, though. Pan getting KO by Sarkitsune. Now, big thing is that this is the second time that someone actually has gotten messed up on that shortcut here, but thankfully for Sarkitsune, they were able to pull it back here, so very well done.
Huge recovery from that. Taking back the position, taking those 15 points, right?
Exactly. And I believe Prodigy tried to get a KO on Drift, but unfortunately failed to get that KO, and I believe spun out a little bit. Comic's right behind, but it looks like the race is going to end here very, very shortly here, so they only have a little bit of time left before no more points can be gained here, and it looks like the last two teams of Redacted and Street Saints are trying, and Redacted just passed the line, so it's now just down to Akuza trying to catch up here, trying to get anything.
Bit of a rough race for Akuza, 500 meters behind Faulty.
Yeah, looks like Akuza did have a bit of a struggle throughout this race. Maybe he was just getting back into the game itself. Maybe he's been practicing some other characters and wasn't ready to lock in the Roshin. Maybe he wanted the Roshin because he felt like the Roshin would provide a lot of value. And don't get me wrong, he definitely got some value off the Roshin, especially with the fact that he was able to get a KO. But unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. Very, very unfortunate, but still very well done from all three teams.
I mean, let's just talk about this real quick. Look at the position points, right? Like, with less players on the board right now, because it's only 3 teams and now 4. Thank you, math. This is just how the distribution's turned out. Top 2 are still going to progress. It's not just going to be one progressing, right? So you just have to be one of the top 2 teams. But it is kind of it is just kind of crazy how, like, positional points, the less players there are, the more positional points matter. But we're seeing people realize that you should be playing for positions, right? As everyone gets better with defending, as everyone's, better with denying KOs. People are like, okay, you know, now we got to switch. We really got to play for that first place, that second place. Those top 5 spots in particular, those are the make or break, like points, positional points, because that's where like the biggest gaps are. And then going from 5th to 6th is such a huge dip, right? So
exactly. And again, this is something you have to be fearful of. You can't really just get away with trying to get a ton of KOs. KOs don't mean it's the big thing is because there's so few people, and again, we saw this in the head-to-head. KOs do matter quite a lot here, but positional points matter just as much. I mean, heck, you would see it even if a team had like 1 KO. If the other team had top 3, that KO wouldn't matter that much. But if you had like say an even split of 1st, 3rd, 5th, and 2nd, 4th, 6th, that 1 KO would actually matter quite a lot and actually change the whole point system itself, making it to where you could actually just straight up win off of it. It does matter in certain circumstances, but because there's just this weird middle ground of not having 5 teams of 3, but not having 2 teams of 3, right? This is a awkward middle ground where KOs are going to be a lot harder. They might not be as hard to come by, but the positional points will matter so much more because there's more positional points to share around. So you can see a lot more teams actually struggling to maintain in general, a good amount of points that would allow them to secure themselves a good win here, or even getting good point gains. So it really is going to come down to not only having really good defense, but incredible front-running capabilities and incredible driving itself. Now, going into Ashes to Ashes real quick. Ashes to Ashes is not a hard track by any means. This is a more simplistic track. And because it's more simplistic, we may see some characters that actually thrive on simplistic tracks. Or we might just see Ritsuko. Now, Ritsuko is just, again, I've talked about this a lot already. Ritsuko is in general, just the most adaptable to any situation character. But that's the thing, because she's so adaptable, she's good on every track for the most part. I don't think there's really a bad Ritsuko track realistically. She has a really good drift, she has a decent steer, she can generate a lot of sync, she has a decently good overdrive. I think it's just, again, everything about the character is just very, very solid. And we do see the Ritsuko, we see the bar from Bonds and double hope coming out from Redacted. Redacted really on them.
Okay.
Really putting in the stock market right now, really looking to be stockbrokers here with the double hope here. The question is, will the double hope pay off? Will they have enough hope to actually succeed? The question is,
I hope
what's going to happen? I hope so indeed. Redacted coming out with a very unique strategy here. Now, the big thing is the track is not like super long. It's a 5-lap track, but it's not the longest 5-lap track, right? It's not like Route 1N or Stadium Olympus that lasts quite a long time. This is a middle ground of a somewhat long track, but with a very short lap time. So because of that, Gregor wouldn't actually succeed here as well as Hope would, because Hope gets online much quicker. And the big thing is, can we see Redacted, when it comes to Yakuza and Athena, actually be allowed to get to the 3rd tier of ROI for Hope? If they can, this could actually be a very good situation for Hope as a character. And the big thing is, this could actually lead them to getting a lot of KOs, or potentially even getting some good positional points. Drift stuck right behind Prodigy. Prodigy is trying to do whatever he can.
Trying to get away. I mean, this is the big thing about Noboru versus Ritsuko, right? Like, you are just faster, your sync gain isn't that bad, and like you're still generating like tons of entropy just naturally. So you can just outrun the competition on a big track like this.
Exactly, and just like we were saying earlier, positional points may be, because positional points have
huge
changed. And there's a KO coming out on
Drift.
the Prodigy. Drift with a really good KO here, very well done. But again, like you were saying with Nomaru, the big thing with Nomaru is like you cannot, once you can get away from the pack, the positional points are yours for the most part. And again, remember, because there's so few teams, but just enough to where positional points matter quite more than KOs, you're going to be in this position where positional points, you have to be pushing for these as much as humanly possible here. Otherwise, you're going to be in a bad position here. And Bonds understands that, and he's trying to overtake here with a really good drift boost, with a really good boost here. And he's almost at overdrive. He's 2 bars away from having overdrive here, and he's got one. He can easily get one charged up, and he's holding on. He's going to have his sync here very shortly here. He's going to be able to go into overdrive very shortly here.
He's
and it's going to be very good for him.
Watch, man. Like, he's so good on the sticks.
I think in general, the fact that Bonds can just play kind of any leader that he so chooses and really perform on almost every leader is one of the big things about him as a player. He just knows what he needs to do. He knows what he has to do to succeed for his team. and he knows how to get his team in the positions they want to be in. When you see a KO coming out on the Pan, and Pan is not happy about this. Pan is pissed. Pan is very upset. He wants the KO.
There we go.
With the double
he's just
block,
eating.
block.
Unfortunate. Wait,
and
there we go.
The
Finally, let's go.
Rule 1 of this game: do not assault. Do not try to attack Pan. Pan does not take kindly to being assaulted. Let's put it that way. Pan will fight
just
back.
counter ODs. You know, you think you've got Pan on the ropes, but nope.
Pan is the type of player, the type of driver. Let's put it this way: the person that understands how to do road rage correctly. Let's put it in perspective.
I agree.
You do not want to be on the bad side of Pan.
It's all that hot pursuit practice coming out.
Oh, absolutely it is.
Right, let's see this Ritsuko duel. Ritsuko on Ritsuko action.
Prodigy misses, unfortunately, not able to get anything off there. Very, very unfortunate here. Drift does not get the strike on Prodigy here, and Prodigy doesn't get attacked from the back here. So this shield doesn't get anything off, but Prodigy actually strikes into the wall here, into the shortcut to try to take it as fast as humanly possible, which is very well done. It actually makes a bit of a breakaway from the other players.
Kitsune
now, and we do see someone's fighting in the back here.
Yeah,
I don't
Pan.
know who.
Of course it's Pan, dude. Although Pan got KO'd? Question mark?
All I can say is I didn't realize we were playing hockey and watching hockey rather than a racing match. This is insane to see.
This is Screamer.
I'm just saying, someone paid Pan off to really cause chaos on the track because all I hear the fans just screaming in excitement. Non-stop fighting, non-stop explosions.
Look at the mini-map for a second. Just look at the mini-map for a second, right? Like, how split up is this race?
This is, again, when it comes to players like Bonds and stuff, and players that are really good, and again, the race is already over. You got 1 minute to finish this. But the big thing is that, again, you have to be prepared to understand, like, you cannot fall behind. One mistake is enough. Heliashade does spin out, but actually recovers. Very well done from Heliashade. But again, you cannot make a mistake. These easy tracks, if you make a single mistake, players like Bonds will take advantage of you and will take advantage of your mistake and will overtake you. You cannot make those mistakes at all. It's a very volatile setup.
This is a very interesting scenario because, like, Faulty realized right there you don't score on people that have finished the race or who have already, like, lapped you, right? So it wouldn't have mattered if Faulty KO'd Bonds right there. That was not points. Those weren't points.
Exactly.
At this point, all we can do is just see the race end. Like, everybody just finishes, right?
Yep. And we have to hope that the big thing is that we have to see how these teams actually go about legitimately, like, adjusting their play style, because when you have a player like Bonds who is able to make these insane front runs and just go out of control, you cannot leave him alone for a second. You have to do something to stop him, and if you let him get away, he is gone. And again, we see Pan getting second in total of points, I believe, with 125, which is insane, but placing 8th. Again, this is where KOs really come into play here, just because Pan got 8th place, because Pan was able to get a lot of KOs and was able to play very aggressively. I think a lot of these players were not prepared for the hyper-aggressive play that came out from Pan. Genuinely, it was insane to see.
Yep.
The KG pick is performing so incredibly well.
I mean, there is one thing about Demons, right? Pan is a KG main with a really good Akemi behind it. But why pick Akemi when KG is right there, right? Like, KG just does everything you want. And then Helio is, to my knowledge, like, just straight up, like, only Hina, right? Like, I'm sure Helio can play multiple different characters, but, like, just loves Hina, right? Sticks with Hina for the most part. But Bonds is just, you know, I think that's one of the interesting things about the leader versus member dynamic. Leaders, I think early on we kind of felt as a community that leaders had less flexibility, and, you know, why not just pick Ritsuko? Why not just pick Mr. A? But I think what we're seeing now is, like, leaders have quite a bit of flexibility, and it's the members where, you know, you have enough flexibility to one trick, or you have enough flexibility to, like, you know, go play whoever you want, which is a very interesting turn of events, I feel.
It's beyond an interesting turn of events, to say the least. I just can't, because when it comes to some of these, I'm trying to think here. I gotta get my thoughts in. I'm sorry, my bearings here. But one thing I am excited about genuinely is we are going on to port. this is something, again, just like Ashes to Ashes, we may just see a massive lead out of control from Bonds and some of these other players. I really think, like, even it feels Redacted is kind of like in this weird position where I think one of the big things I want to talk about when it comes to Redacted is I feel like Redacted doesn't have like the idea of what they want to do versus these teams. I don't know if you noticed it yourself, Knight, but I feel like in general Redacted is in this position of they're trying to do one thing, but it's not working. I think they're trying to figure out what to do, and I think they're kind of like treading the waters in a sense, right? They're kind of feeling things out, but they only have so much time to do that before they really got to get their bearings right. You know what I mean? Demons and Street Saints are taking these massive point leads on Redacted, and Redacted really needs to make something happen sooner rather than later. Otherwise, it could be very problematic for Redacted. But I think they can do it still. What do you think, Knight?
I'm thinking, I mean, we've seen Demons take 2 races in a row. Redacted and Street Saints feel very neck and neck. I mean, that's just what happens when... So, you know, you have one team hoarding up all the positional points. The other teams, just by virtue of the scoring system, they kind of end up in a very similar place, right? We are going to see the score update after this race, and I don't know. Let's see how things go on the port.
I'm hoping we see some incredible plays on port here. One of the biggest things is the fact that with port, genuinely, this track is one of those tracks that you don't see a lot of things really like happening here. It's just, again, it's an alternate version of Downtown Run, but it's just extended. It's now no longer at nighttime, so there's a bit of different lighting, and it's just in general a very interesting track. So I'm very excited to see how port actually is played here. I think we're going to see potentially Bonds on Noboru again. I think it makes the most sense. But we could see Gabrielle. We could see him on Mr. A. It depends. Bonds actually sticks to the Noboru. Yeah. Healer shape with the Akane and Pan with the KG.
I have to eat my words right there. Prove me wrong right away.
Immediately got to get proven wrong. This is the thing. Akane as a character is very good here, I would argue. There's a lot of spots where Akane can generate a ton of hype, which allows her to just go out of control. And if this Akane is able to do a ton of craziness, this could be very good for Demons here. But there could be a potential where some of these players, such as Faulty, actually take advantage of the fact they're on Akane, and then we see potentially Healer Shade getting punished for this, but who knows what's going to end up happening here. Akane is not a terrible character by any means, and this is definitely a track where she can thrive. Bonds and Prodigy are neck and neck already. Their lines are near identical. Feels like just looking at them.
Oh, look at that. Okay, we got Noboru and KG on both Demons and Street Saints. It's like they're going blow for blow.
It looks like watching Pan play KG, people are really wanting to opt into trying KG out, seeing if they can do something similar to Pan. Pan doing a great job, and Prodigy has overtaken Bonds. We do see a KO come out on Faulty. Very unfortunate. Bonds is trying to overtake Prodigy here, but takes a pretty bad line.
Out for a second.
The big thing is because Bonds takes a bad line here, Prodigy gets a massive amount of ground here. This is really bad for Bonds. Bonds needs to look to get something off here before Prodigy gets too far away or makes too many. Because again, Bonds making any mistakes here is really bad, and this could give Prodigy that opening they really needed.
So that was
a... Bonds gets KO!
Bonds gets KO, but I want to draw attention to something that we just saw and that chat has been pointing out. The strike grip exploit right now that hasn't been patched out yet. If you charge your strike up long enough, but don't release it, you get the buff. You essentially get your grip changed to your grip while you're striking, which is significantly better. And Bonds has been using it. Pan has been using it, and that's part of why they can take such good lines while still being conservative with their meter. You know, like instead of having to like wall ride or you know, use their boosts as much. That's honestly just really good use of that exploit right now. Unfortunate from Bonds.
Bonds gets spun out.
This might just be Prodigy's race at this point.
I think Prodigy actually has this in the bag. Bonds messed up tremendously. I think the pressure's getting to Bonds, but Pan is trying to do anything he can. And Kitsune ends overdrive. We have Ikuza behind with the overdrive. Bonds and Pan are in 3rd and 4th, which is still really good for Demons. This is really bad, though, in general. Bonds did not need this to occur. This could actually cost them some points here, but we do see all of Demons are in 3rd through 5th. So they're still going to be at a point, they're still going to have the point lead here, where the other teams have a point deficit. But that's the thing, because they're all 3rd through 5th mostly, it's going to be hard for them to not get KO'd here. And although they are using the strike grip stuff, the big thing is that even with it, they're still like struggling to maintain or catch up with some of these players. And this is again,
I would disagree with that actually. If you look at the scoreboard right now, I mean, Bonds is Bonds had that happen, but Polaris even with and Helio, like Pan, except Polaris.
I was gonna say
Pan and Helio, they're like way far ahead, and that's kind of the idea, right? The strike grip not only helps you corner better, but another point that was brought up in chat. Unfortunate team kill. One of the great thing is that it kills your wheel spin, right? So you just end up getting better straight line speed. This is something we're probably going to see patched out along with a bunch of other bugs that have caused a bit of an uproar in the community in the next patch that brings rank. It will be, in my opinion, a big patch, and I think we're going to see a lot of what we're not so happy about, the bugs, the exploits, some of the more degenerate strategies.
Anyways,
we'll see those
going on from that, Comics is trying to get some KOs on Faulty. Faulty actually just doesn't even opt into the shortcut here. Faulty uses a shield, doesn't get the sync back. Now again, unfortunate for Bonds, but Bonds is able to at least get to second place, I believe. But still, Prodigy, this race is in the bag for Prodigy, Bonds, even with the fact that Bonds did make a comeback
right back
here.
Up. I'm surprised.
I mean, well, I wouldn't say right back up, still about 1,400 meters away, which is very problematic, but Bonds is trying as hard as he can.
I see what happened. Bonds had to burn OD earlier to get this, and now it's Drift's turn to catch back up with his own OD.
Exactly. I think this is, again, this is really, really good for Street Saints. This is what Street Saints need to realistically exercise the demons here. But the question is, can they really get the points to overtake them here?
I think the big problem is that even though Bonds is in second and Prodigy's got first, it's Kitsune and Faulty that are looking for KOs, it seems. Like, well, I'm not sure. The camera's not letting me see. Okay, Kitsune has decided to pull on ahead.
I wonder if Kitsune did get a KO here. Because if that's the case, that makes sense why the camera didn't want to watch it. Someone just got brutalized, which that's very unfortunate we didn't get to see that. But anyways, Kitsune able to get that overdrive through the shortcut without any problems here. And Pan is slowing down, actually. Wonder why Pan is slowing down. Maybe Pan's trying to slow down purposely to try and look for KOs, potentially.
I'm not
it's really interesting
what's
to see.
Going on here. I think Pan might be slowing down to like try and get another KO on Kitsune without sacrificing like too much speed. I'm actually very interested because Kitsune is catching right back up. Let's watch it from Kitsune's perspective. And the race is over. Prodigy just finished. Kitsune is coming up on.
If Kitsune gets a KO on Pan, though, this could be really bad for all of Demons. That's the big thing. Like, this could be bad because they could overtake, but again, Akuza's currently in overdrive. Akuza's trying to do whatever he can to actually catch up. Yeah, the question is, can he catch up?
I don't know. I don't know what Pan's strategy is. I think Pan just switched back to I think he's going to hold OD if he gets past. But Ikuza taking out Star Kitsune.
This is actually Redacted getting a few more points here, but again, unfortunately, I just don't think it's going to be enough. It's very unfortunate here with the fact that Prodigy was able to end the race so quickly. I think this is going to be very tough here. Again, with the fact that Bonds was unable to catch up, even with the fact he was able to constantly use strike grip, mainly just because of the fact that he got spun out. The fact that he caught up so much, though, is really well done from him. That, again, shows how good he is as a player in general to be able to catch up after getting such... He had, I believe, 2 massive spin outs right back at one after the other, which lost him tons of time.
At the end of the day, I mean, it's those positional points, right? Polaris and... I keep saying Polaris, man. I keep wanting to play Tokyo Extreme Racer. Sorry, Pan and Helio are more than willing to just go and make up for those point deficits, right? Like, they're getting 4th, they're getting 5th, right behind the leaders. And like, it just goes to show how adaptable Demons is. They don't have to go for those KO points, but they're more than willing to if they want, if, you know, the opportunity presents itself.
Exactly. And it's so well done. Again, you can't count Demons out. Like, they have incredible teamwork, and they understand, like, even if one player on their team makes a mistake, they're willing to adapt to their situation and really, like, push forward and try to deal with the fact that their teammate made a mistake, because they know that it happens, and it's very well done. They understand that, hey, mistakes may happen, but they are pushing forward and they are performing so incredibly well. Very, very well done from Demons to actually not only after the mistake, but able to catch back up and get the points they needed to not fall behind first. Just taking so far, I think all the race, they've taken every race so far with pretty dominating fashion, but that was the first one where they did not just immediately dominate the whole track. The question is that the momentum? My question is that the momentum that Street Saints needs to actually overtake Demons in terms of like pushing forward and actually pushing on, trying to overtake them? Or is this actually just going to be a one-off mistake that Bonds will never do again? I assume this may be just a one-off mistake, but you never know.
I mean, you have no idea, right? I think it's proof that,
exactly.
that you know, as corny as it sounds, even the demons can bleed, right? Like, they're human, they'll make mistakes, they'll get spun out, and like at the end of the day, it's on them to still make it back, right? Let's take a quick look. Yeah, let's take a quick look at the scoreboard right now. And I mean, even with that last race having less of a gap, Demons are in a very clear lead. Over 200 points over Street Saints. And Street Saints and Redacted are essentially going to fight over the progression spot at this point, right? That's not to say that they don't catch up, right? But, oops. That's not to say that they don't catch up. But, you know, they'll have to work and work really hard, and with the lack of players in these lobbies, it's much less likely for them to make it up on, you know, KOs alone. So, I don't know, I feel like we're gonna see more of it coming down to Street Saints and Redacted fighting for that second progression spot. Unless Demons makes like some sort of incredible mistake. That's my thoughts on it.
I can honestly agree the same here. I think Demons in general, like, they would have to make an incredibly detrimental mistake that would really push them into losing. I think with the fact that Street Saints and Redacted are only 40 points off each other, this is definitely a fight for a second place kind of angle more than fight for first, but I think denying Demons as many points as possible could allow Street Saints to actually overtake them. Again, Demons would have to make a catastrophic mistake in order to fumble like with their current position. Is it possible? Definitely is. But that's besides the point, because we need to be moving on to the fourth race, which I believe going into race number 4 is going to be Hawk Trail.
It is indeed Hawk Trail, and let's get right into it. Everybody's raring to race. And who am I to keep them from, you know, from racing?
Keep them from actually who are you to keep them from getting their engines fired up and really causing some chaos on the track? Yeah. I don't blame you. The question is, how will these teams go about Hawk Trail? Pan, again, specifically for the most part, a KG player. Pan is probably going to pick the KG. We know that. Yakuza could go into the Lavinia. I believe this was the track that he actually front ran with Lavinia, if I remember correctly.
Let's take a look. Yakuza's on Hina. Hina
actually opts into no Lavinia. This is interesting. We do see the Nobaru again from Bonds. I think Bonds is just enjoying the Nobaru a little bit more than Ritzko here. Or he's getting a lot more success in general with the Nobaru. But the fact that we don't see Yakuza on the Lavinia actually shocks me quite a lot, because this was a track he played so incredibly well on.
Helio not taking this initial turn properly, but it's Hina, so it doesn't really matter.
Helio may have not taken the turn correctly, but I think even with the fact that Helio didn't take it properly, that doesn't mean Helio's out of the race by any means. Helio can absolutely make this massive comeback. We just gotta wait and see what ends up happening here. Bond's taking a very nice early lead here, and getting into the shortcut here. The big thing with the shortcut coming up is if Bonds actually takes it correctly and doesn't mess up on and hit the walls, if he takes it correctly, he gets through without any issues, and it looks like he does actually make a mistake here.
A little bit of a mistake.
Starkitsune overtakes him!
On a Hina favorite track, of all things.
Bonds with not only one mistake on Horde, but now a mistake on Hawk Trail. I think potentially the nerves are getting to him. I think he could be getting a little bit annoyed at, maybe it could be like the nerves, it could be potentially like some of the threat of the other teams causing him issues. Comics tries to go for the KO, or Athena I should say, goes for KO.
Prodigy barely missing Bonds.
And
Bonds
barely
doesn't
doesn't KO Bonds.
Team.
I think Bonds just assumed that it wasn't going to hit him, but it almost did. If that would have hit Bonds, that would have taken him out, and that would have been very bad for Demons. And it looks like someone did get KO'd. Was that Bonds potentially that got KO'd up here?
Someone just got KO'd.
Sure. Drift comes up, and now Drift is reunited with this whole team here. The question is, being 5th through 7th place is not the best spot, because they need to get some KO points. They need to get something here so Redacted can stop Street Saints from actually progressing. But Comics does get a block here, and does a full barrel roll.
Nice little barrel roll, but like, I mean, it is, you know, maybe even worse than just getting outright KO'd sometimes.
Unfortunately, that's a lot of time lost. Listen, we all love Star Fox as much as the next guy, but we cannot be doing that on the track here. We got to make sure we're going.
That new Star Fox, I'm not vibing with it personally. Like, you know, let's.
Listen, that's not my Falco. Anyways,
that ain't Falco, bro. That ain't Falco.
Okay. Oh, Bonds KO'd immediately. This is really bad. Demons is losing points left, right, and center. Street Saints are getting what they need. Kitsune with a good wall right here. Kitsune trying to get as much ground as possible after Bonds getting KO'd. And Prodigy is sneaking up with no entropy, though. Is not good. Prodigy having no entropy is bad. And Akuza overtakes. And Pan.
We're seeing
someone.
Okay.
Pan just KO'd someone.
On drift.
Looks like someone called Pan out. Someone said something to Pan, and
my
Pan
favorite is what is this? My favorite terrorist? Is that what people said? Well, here's the next
Drift
one.
Gets away.
Oh no, no entry, no sync. That's a guarantee.
But doesn't
just
get
ran
it.
Out.
Pan couldn't get it.
That's so sad. But I mean, yo, nice spin, nice flat spin. We playing Asphalt.
Again, this is just insane to see. Akuza puts up the shield just in case, but Akuza holding third place. Again, this is Akuza's track for the most part. He does play this track very well. He understands this track pretty well, especially with members. He's showing that he can still keep up with everybody. And he overtakes Bonds again. Bonds with another mistake on the shortcut. This is, again, thankfully Helio Shade's the one in front, and Akuza gets KO'd. Unfortunate for Akuza. And now Demons, after all those mistakes they made, they are now sitting in top 1 and 2 here, and now they are holding 350 points, with Street Saints with 300 and Redacted with 195.
Bonds taken out by Kitsune's OD. It really is just like an it's very much a Street Saints versus Demon race here.
Okay. Even with the fact that Akuza's playing out of their mind and they're trying so hard, unfortunately Street Saints and Demons are just out of control right now. They are really pushing the limits of this track, trying to really do whatever they can, and it's very unfortunate. I feel like the jump from earlier was that the barrel roll from earlier was unfortunate for Athena. Athena getting sent into the air was really bad here. He was looking for KO, doesn't seem to get it, but now gets it, but KOs himself.
For it.
Very unfortunate KOing himself, but could Akuza look for potentially anything else here? Akuza's trying to get away from whoever's right behind him here.
Worth it. You get 15, but you give up the position. Oh,
but gets KO
right before the finish line, so that KO did count for Faulty. Street Saints bringing it back at the last second. Look at those points.
This is exact. Demons did not want to see this. Street Saints really performed on this track,
really,
but thankfully Demons didn't lose. Demons didn't lose that many points, but 85 points matters quite a lot. Potentially, if we see Street Saints get even more like a 100-point race on Demons for the next one, this could actually mark the territory where Demons actually falls below.
Favor, yeah. I mean, that was huge for Street Saints, that race. Hina getting, Kitsune getting those KOs at the end, consistently putting the pressure at top. Faulty managing to bring it in. And Bonds getting sent down to 7th place after such a dominant run for most of the race. I mean, what do you do against the glut of Hinas, right?
Unfortunately, there's really not much you can do. It's very unfortunate.
It's Hina's world, it's Hina's track, and we're all just living in it.
Pretty much, there's nothing. Hina really showcasing, or the teams are really showcasing again why Hina is just so incredible on the Hawk Trail. She just doesn't let anyone else get to thrive on this track, genuinely. And now Rocket Valley. I don't think we saw Rocket Valley all too much the last Screamer Saturday, and I don't think we saw it on. I don't think we even saw it in Welcome to Nero Ray, or we did see it once, but I have to go look at that and double check. But this is going to be interesting to see how Rocket Valley's played. I don't think we see a lot of this track at all, so I'm very interested to see what ends up happening here.
Let's go ahead and I'm hearing that some of the teams are not ready. So once they're ready, we'll go ahead.
Now, let's talk about Rocket Valley while we're waiting for the teams, because might as well. I shouldn't be hesitating on this. Rocket Valley has a very interesting shortcut, to say the least. So the shortcut on Rocket Valley is, if I remember correctly, decently early on into the track, and does cut off a decent, or no, it's about maybe 40% into the track. Does cut off a decent part of the track here. But the thing is, it is, if I remember correctly, an off-road, it's part of an off-road shortcut. So you have to kind of boost through it, or you have to strike through it to not take too much of a off-road deficit and lose a lot of your speed. So we'll have to see how they go about playing Rocket Valley. I believe Rocket Valley is a 5-lap track, if I remember correctly, which is crazy to me.
It is.
It's 5 laps and not 3. But it's surprisingly a short track, genuinely.
It's because it's shared with Gate to the Sky. Gate to the Sky is Rocket Valley, but like a little bit longer, so it gets the privilege of being a 3-lap track. But I think we could stand to see some more even number track races. Even number lap tracks. Rocket might be a 4-lap, right? Maybe not like a 5-lap. It's like a 4-lapper, right? I don't know, Milestone, if you're listening. Food for thought.
Now, listen, aside from Milestone potentially listening, probably not, but let's talk about the character picks. I think we're still going to see the Ritsuko. I think we're going to see the Nabaru. I think we're going to see KG still, right? We're going to see all these picks. It makes the most sense. There's no reason not to pick them on this track. But are we going to see Frederick? No. Are we going to see Lavinia? Probably not. But anyways, are we going to see some Rashid?
Are we going to see this character? No, we're just going to see the meta.
We're just going to see Ritsuko, Hina, and Roshin again. I don't think there's any reason not to see these characters, which is very unfortunate.
I think, just personally, this may be a track that more dedicated like Hiroshi and Gabriel players might be able to make work.
Oh, absolutely. I think if we did have like a really solid Gabriel player, we could actually see some crazy stuff. And again, it's just the same old.
City.
The exact same team, or the exact same lineup from, I believe, race number 1 for the most part. So nothing different here. Very unfortunate that we don't get to see anything like Hiroshi or Gabriel or any other unique characters. But hey, what can you do? Let's see how this plays out.
Oh,
we do see
Milestone?
a pretty good camera. Now, pretty good camera control from our drone in the abyss, in the ether, but hey, that's okay. We'll figure out how he got there.
Never buy your drones off Temu, all I'm going to say.
Well, unfortunately, we had to. We had a pretty strict budget this time around. Anyways, besides the point, Pan again, we see Pan is in the back here. Again, this is the strategy that Pan often uses, is staying in the back here and actually
single
trying
file. Everybody get in.
All right, well, everyone's on a school field trip right now. But again, even with the fact that Pan is behind everybody, this is exactly what Pan wants. Pan wants to be behind everybody because there's no reason not to. It allows Pan to actually look to charge up and build up of that overdrive with 2 sync bars and then start chaining people and going for tons of KOs. It is a very sound strategy that's very hard to overcome in a lot of ways. So it's not the worst strategy by any means. I think this is exactly what we're going to see consistently with Pan. Comics goes for a KO. Athena does not get it. But gets KO.
Athena gets taken out.
Unfortunate for Athena. Athena getting just obliterated here. Very, very unfortunate here. And Bonds off to an early lead here. Very, very well done from Bonds. Again, this is where Bonds as a player really comes in and just goes kind of nuts. And then we do see a KO on Helio Shade.
On Faulty.
Now we see Pan already with, I believe, a KO or 2. Maybe no KOs, actually. I don't think Pan did get a KO yet.
Okay.
That's actually insane that Pan didn't get a KO yet. And goes for the shield.
Okay.
And he's slow. Wait, he's reversing it.
Yo, Milestone, do something about this man.
Dude, Pan with the triple immediately, and he's looking for more. He wants to cause chaos and tries to go for another, but doesn't get it.
All right, man. I don't think OD should be doing all of that. Yo, Milestone, please.
5 KOs. And there's the choke. That is a choke point strat if I've ever seen it.
Okay.
I can tell you right now, I've done strategies like this in Crossworlds when it comes to certain items. Let's talk about, I won't talk about that for too much because that is a strategy that is brutal. That's how you brutalize the races. And Drift, Helio Shade with a really good shield to block a Drift to strike. But again,
all I'm saying,
it is insane.
OD is bugged out. OD should not be killing on a reverse. And I don't think it does normally, but like, there's 2 factors at play there. One, KG's like the only character who can like reliably reverse while in OD. And 2, right now, like reversing into someone in OD KOs them online, but I don't believe it does that offline. So it's like kind of that's something we definitely need to see gone, Milestone. Like, you know, submitting this as a bug report personally.
It's a little bit of unfortunate that we do see this. And again, Pan just running back the strategy. It gets KO'd anyways. People realized they were not dealing with Pan's shenanigans no more. Pan got KO'd. deservedly, unironically.
I don't know.
Funny.
I don't know, man. Ranked patch, please change that. Because shortcut blocking should be a legitimate strat, but like, where do you draw the line between like blocking and just like straight farming?
It depends on how overdrive is depends on how overdrive is implemented into the game. Let's put it that way. I think honestly, when you have overdrive KOing when you're going in reverse and it's on the back end of your car, I think that's a little goofy. But again, if it's in the game, they're going to take advantage of it, and the demons are going to do as demons do, which is a lot of trickery and a lot of brutalizing. I mean, let's put it that way.
Look at the point differential. Whatever point differential there was in the last race, like, that's just gone.
Yeah, there's no demons knew that they were prepared for this race, and they came into this knowing that they are going to make a comeback. They're not having any shenanigans. They want to just get their points.
I'm going to go out on a limb here, and I'm going to say I don't think Milestone intended for that to be the case, so like we should definitely see that.
Absolutely not.
Yeah. Maybe a hot fix, maybe a full patch. I don't know. All I'm saying, now we got it on camera.
We'll have to wait and see what happens. There's not too much we can really talk about with it. We see the strategy play out, and it did get hard countered, though. Someone did come in and just snipe Pans for even going for it, and the race has ended now. Bonds ends the race, and now everyone's got 1 minute to finish this off ASAP. But look at the split of all the players. All the players are split amongst everyone. They're all over the place. This is not the best situation to be in, unfortunately, for a lot of these players.
See if this turns out to be... I mean, Prodigy finished. The leaders have finished, except for Drift. Drift is just finishing up right now. 1K on Ikuza. Wow, that is one of the races of all time. One of the races of all time. Oh my god. Bro, what do you do?
See an overdrive battle. Oh. And Comics gets KO'd. Pan is causing chaos, and now Comics is in trouble. Try to get away. Athena is scared for
Pan
her
is hungry. You gotta feed the beast.
Pan hasn't had enough food yet. Very unfortunate. And Athena does escape with their life. Very crazy situation to be in, though. And Demons with a insane point lead here.
KOs. 8 full KOs. Like, that's okay. You got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Pan got the same amount of KOs as everyone else combined.
They don't call this team Demons for nothing. Let's put it that way.
Oh my goodness. It's definitely one of the races of all time, for sure.
Hungry Pan the video game. Let me tell you.
Hungry KGs, bro.
Someone's got to stop them eventually.
Maybe we got to put in a ruling. I don't know. Like, I don't know how we.
I don't think there needs to be a ruling for something like that. I think genuinely, the developers just need to fix the overdrive issue itself.
Yeah.
That's what I think I think a strategy like that where you can block a cut, I think there's definitely fair counterplay if you know what you're doing, in my opinion. But I could be wrong. I could just be overestimating.
I think OD shouldn't kill on reverse personally.
I agree. That I agree with. I'm talking about like blocking shortcuts with OD is something we don't need to put a rule on.
Oh yeah. I mean, Pan was just playing. This is Hot Pursuit. Pan, instead of throwing down the spike strip, just became the spike strip. That's just what it is.
Well,
spike strip online, man.
Unfortunately, it is just chaos. And now going into the next race, which is I believe we're going into the, what is it, the last track here?
We're going into the final race of the set,
which is a track of all time.
That's going to be our favorite tire burner.
Tire burner. Of all tracks to see, we see tire burner here. Very, very interesting to see.
And right now we're at pretty interesting score distribution. Let me get that up on screen for you guys. Going into this final race, very, very score heavy. Tons of points on the board, honestly. For 3 teams, I was expecting a bit less, but you know, with the sharks that we have, there's definitely going to be some brutalization.
So I don't think. All I can say is I do not think you're going to get in these positions where you're going to see very few teams that are going to, or very few points again. These are players that are out of control in some situations and can really cause some chaos. You cannot count them out, let's put it that way.
Yeah, let's take a look at the scoreboard real quick. Going into the final race, Demons have, I mean, you don't make that back in a single race.
No,
you don't make that back in a single race.
I think maybe if this was a 5-team lobby, maybe you can make 400 plus points. But in this kind of lobby where there's only 3 teams, you best know that you are kind of stuck here. You were stuck in this situation, and the big thing is that, like, Redacted was so close to Street Saints, but Street Saints had some really good races that allowed them to overtake Redacted here. So Redacted's in a very troubling position. Redacted would really need a 500-point race here to actually overtake Street Saints, and that's easier said than done because Redacted is down 195.
Yeah,
this is a dangerous position to be in. We
just have to see how this turns out. I mean, at the end of the day, like, it's on Redacted to make the most out of this final race, but Demons, they've made it. There's no way they lose this, right? So with that said, let's head back into this final race on Tire Burner.
Tire Burner, a insane track to say the least. Let's put it that way. Tire Burner, everyone knows this track for being the hairpin of hairpins, the craziness that you do not want to get caught in. There's so much to talk about when it comes to this track, and there's so many picks that are just insane with this track. So we do
Gabrielle and Noboru. Okay.
The Frederick coming out from Athena. We see the Lavinia from Ikuza. Gabrielle, we see Bonds on the Noboru. Oh my god, a ton of incredibly interesting characters here. Now, this is where Frederick can actually pop up and thrive. This is a track that you could see Frederick actually do his due justice and actually get a ton of KOs. The question is, can Athena make it work? And Ikuza finally opting into the Lavinia, and already with a second place position, Ikuza really showing. But again, unfortunately gets
all bumper cars back here right now. Pan's back in position exactly where he wants to be.
Gonna be very interesting to see because right now this is kind of the track where you have to be very careful about what you do here. And one of the big things is the fact that...
You know what I just realized, Joker?
What did you realize?
I think Athena's doing the meme. I think Athena's doing the... think about it. It's Frederick on Tire Burner.
Listen, Frederick, if you play him correctly, can actually do quite a lot.
No. I'm talking about the meme, bro.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Don't worry. I'm excited to see if Athena can make this Frederick work, though, because remember, with Frederick, when you're in strike, if you strike someone, it immediately cancels out that explosion window, so you don't have to worry about getting KO'd from an explosion. It just immediately ends it for you, so that way you're no longer in danger. This is something very good for the character. This is something that can be taken advantage of very heavily, especially on a track like Tire Burner where people can slow down tremendously. You could actually get that KO here and be able to really take advantage of it. But again, that risk-reward factor of getting a lot of sync and all that stuff.
Strike.
Trying to take these turns as fast and tight as possible. Very well done, though. I mean, you don't have to really use these strikes for anything else. If you're just trying to stay in a higher position, that might as well use them, you know what I mean? Especially with how much you're drifting, you get a lot of strikes off very quickly here.
Not a great turn.
This is very unfortunate for this turn. Pan actually is in overdrive right now. We do see that we have Pan is going in. He's looking for KO. It didn't want to get.
There we go.
Gets the one on drift. Gets
two
the 2 on
KOs.
But does get KO'd. He's getting tons. He's doing his strategy.
He's doing the thing. He's staying in place. He's making sure nobody passes.
Pan is doing the funny and gets quite a few KOs for it. Prodigy goes around the corner, takes a really nice turn here, right behind Star Kitsune here. But again, Bonds, I believe Helioshade are still first, second here, so it's going to be very tough for the members of Street Saints to get anything done here. Ikuza and Athena right here in the back trying to get anything done they can. Question is, will Athena look to try to get any KOs here, or will Athena just try to opt into playing good lines here? Looks like we have all 3 members of Redacted very close to each other here.
They're all far back, yeah. I don't know how they make this back going into lap 3.
It's a good question, and Athena does get smacked into the wall, unfortunately. Helio Shade might be looking to get this KO on Prodigy. Prodigy with the 1. Are we going to see 2? There's the 2. Are we going to see 3? There's the 3.
One. Counter OD. Okay, huge from Prodigy.
Prodigy, the counter OD is so insane to see. Very well done for Prodigy. That's exactly what Prodigy needed to see with Street Saints. Or Street Saints really needed it. Prodigy very well done to counteract the OD from Helio Shade and putting a stop to Helio Shade. Very, very well done. Unfortunately, maybe a little too late due to the amount of KOs that Pan got earlier, but hey, this is very, very good. This helps to deny Redacted any more points, and this helps to slow down the momentum of Demons.
I just think it's over at this point. Like, there's no way Redacted makes it out of this set at this point, right?
It's a little unfortunate to say the least. Where both teams are at 360 to 380, almost 400 points roughly, and Redacted is trying if anything they can to really catch up. It's very tough here. Yeah. I think it's going to be, unfortunately, Demons and Street Saints will be taking this without a doubt here. It's very sad to see.
Crazy
we do see
plays.
Pan is just in the back here fist
Pan
fighting.
Doesn't care. I mean, you don't have to finish the race at this point because DNFs aren't penalized, so just do whatever you want, right? In these next 30 seconds, let's see. Pan going for any KOs, anything particularly brutal, or just like whatever?
I don't think Pan has resources just yet. I think that's the problem. Pan doesn't have any resources. Now Pan's going to be looking into potentially looking on Akuza here. We just see a KO come out up top here on someone. But again, I think Akuza might just be out of here. Pan is now finally got a strike built up, and I think Pan might be looking to get one final KO here very shortly.
I mean,
depends though. We do see a bunch of shields coming out. We do see a bunch of fighting, but Pan gets
playing
blocked.
bumper cars now,
and that's it.
All right,
that is the end. And unfortunately, Redacted is not gonna make it through.
That's the end.
Very unfortunate for Redacted. They played so well, genuinely, but Demons and Street Saints really came to play out of control, and just in general out of their minds. Very, very well done. Ill regardless of the fact that they were not able to make it forward. A little unfortunate the Frederick pick was unable to really pop off. I'm very sad about that. Frederick is such a fun character to watch, and I love Frederick as a character, but sadly unable to really push it forward.
Didn't
very
work
unfortunate.
Out, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, that was our semifinals. So let's get the final score. I'll put up the final scoreboard once we have the scores tallied up, and then after that, like, all we have to do is just get the final roundup.
All right. I would assume most of the teams are probably going to be ready as soon as we get those final scores taken care of. I think these teams are probably ready and raring to go.
All right, let's take a quick look at the scoreboard. And as you can see, we got Demons, Street Saints moving on with a dominant performance from Demons. Just, I mean, okay, listen, right? Like, Bond's up ahead, running for his life. Pan and Helio behind, just like, you know, playing so adaptively. They went for positions, KOs, like whatever was necessary, they made it happen, right? And to the point that even when Bonds got knocked out of the running, right? Like Bonds got knocked down to two races, right? He had some unfortunate mishaps. They kept it up. They propped it up, right? The only race that Demons lost was on Hawk Trail, and it wasn't even by like all that much, right? But Street Saints also putting up a great fight. And, you know, Redacted comes in last, but you got to remember, guys, like, these are still amazing players. They won the first tournament, which wasn't too long ago. Redacted is a group to be feared. The meta progresses, people get better. You know, shout outs to all three teams for putting on an amazing display right there. And a bit of a personal plea to Milestone. Let's get rid of those. Let's do something about OD in the next patch, right? Right? I don't know, Joker. What do you think about keeping OD the way it is? Should we keep it the way it is? I don't know. Is that something you guys like seeing, or should we?
I honestly am just like, it's kind of unfortunate when you have this situation where you can back up into people and KO them. I think that's a little weird. I think maybe keeping it to where you can like KO people on the sides might be okay, but I don't know. When you're reversing into someone and the back of your car touches the front of their car, I think you should get nothing. It depends. Like if there's a problem with like how do I say? If there's an issue with like cars not really getting KOs because you're like sideswiping them with OD, I think like maybe we could leave the part of it in, but like we definitely should not have a reversed into people kind of overdrive. I think that's a little weird, my opinion. I think that leads to some weird situations. Definitely really funny to watch. I cannot lie, but it is kind of weird to say the least. I don't know. What do you think?
I mean, I definitely think it's unintentional. I think they'll probably do something about it once they find out about it. I think gentleman ruling it is. I mean, it's up to the players. They can gentleman rule it out. It's up to them. There's nothing against gentleman rules in our rules, right? At the end of the day, if people want to do one thing or the other, like they're more than within their rights to do it. To me, it's just like sort of. I wonder if Milestone will my hope is that after this VOD, right, and this is what we did last time too. Actually, once we got it on stream, we reported the AFK exploit, right, the one where teams could stall in the back, right, and it actually ended up being a kind of a good thing that it was on stream because it put it on Milestone's radar. It put it on. Like display. This is how it works. This is how impactful it is. And they got back to me and they said they're gonna do something about it. So hopefully in the next patch we see that gone just in time for rank. And it's really at the end of the day we got to send those reports, right? If we don't like something happening, if we don't like, if there's a certain bug, if there's a certain exploit. It's not really worth hiding it, right? Just take that reporting, send it over to Milestone, and they seem communicative, right? What we don't like, they'll get rid of in due time, so long as we tell them.
Without a doubt, though, anything we can do to get these bugs taken care of and reported on about, it's so incredibly important and so incredibly just necessary. It helps so much, I feel like, and it's going to make the game so much better long term. Again, we will just kind of have to wait and see how everything transpires when it comes to these bugs, and hopefully we see a lot of good changes. Now, how close are we to being ready for this next round night?
Just getting it ready right now, actually. Need to update the rules, get the track bans, and then we'll be good to go once everybody's inside.
I cannot wait to see how this final setup goes. Now, do we know what teams are moving on, or would you like me to wait to say anything until all the teams make it
let's
in?
wait. Let's wait a little bit. We'll talk about the teams once they're in, and then we'll start.
All right. Oh, now to everyone just hanging out, what team are you rooting for to make it to progress? Is there any specific team you want to see? Because we didn't get to showcase the other group. So the teams in that group, who do you think potentially made it forward? Which team were you hoping for in that group? If Knight doesn't mind me at least explaining the teams, the teams in that group were, if I am correct here, you had Emotion Engine, you had Blue Inkwing, you had Deep 3, which is Drift Drip Destroy, and I believe that was it for that bracket. Which of the three teams do you think made it? And which team do you want to have made it for this going into this next round, which should be, it will be the final round of Screamer Saturday number 2. Honestly, all I can say is I'm very excited to see what the track picks are for going into this final set. The track picks are the most interesting part of it every time for me, I swear. So I cannot wait to see what kind of track picks we're going to have going into this. I wonder if there's going to be anything super interesting. I wonder if there's going to be anything that's kind of interesting. Or are we just going to, for whatever reason, get five tracks of Downtown Run, Stadium Olympus, Route 1 End, Waterside Misery, and like Anaconda's Nest or something, and then we get like, I don't know, Sector Gravity Engine. Are we gonna get some weird setup like that? Who knows? We'll have to wait and see. Very interested to see what we do get though. Knight, what is there any specific track that you're interested in seeing by chance?
I mean, I have no idea, man. Like, it's there's a lot of interesting tracks in this game. I guess the only track that it'd be easier to say the track that I don't want to see, which is
What track do you not want to see? Cradles?
I hate Cradles, dude. Like, I don't hate it. I don't hate it, right? But it's very clear it's not meant to be like a serious track. It's supposed to be more of like a fun track, right? It's the final track in the story. You just play it the one time, right? You like circle around. I mean, actually, let's go ahead and take a look at the tracks on display, right? Personally, I don't think Cradles is all that. I also think it's funny, if you take a look, Cradles is grade B, and then Downtown Run is grade C. Port is grade C, Burning Plains, like Ashes to Ashes, these are all grade C. And I'm just like, yo, what are we doing? Like, how is Trail of Giants and Rainy Retreat grade C?
But Cradles is grade B? Now,
I got no idea.
The only thing that I could assume is that with Cradles, maybe they're grading it on... They have to be grading it on some kind of interesting thing. Like, there's got to be something they're grading it based off of. Maybe it's because all the other tracks have shortcuts, potentially. Maybe there's more potential to catch up, and maybe the grade B is because you don't have a shortcut on Cradles that you can take, right? That might be why. That could be it. They're maybe, like, maintaining a... what's it called? Maintaining, like, good lines and not for like 7 laps, right? That could be a problem because again, it's a 7-lap track if I'm correct. So you have to play for 7 full laps, you know what I mean? You have to maintain good composure, take good lines, don't make any mistakes. And if you make any mistake, it's very easy to lose a ton of time in some positions very easily. That could be why it's actually grade B, is because you can easily lose a ton of time if you make even one mistake, and you have to maintain a lot of endurance on the track. So that could be it. And there could be a million other reasons why. Like, we don't know exactly the reasons, but hey, as long as all I can say is in Screamer Saturdays 1, the Cradle, we did see a really fun version of Cradles that I was not personally expecting, and it was really exciting to watch, genuinely.
I will say about Cradles, if you guys are fiending for more Screamer, we'll have an announcement after the tournament's over, where you can get your fix of Cradles. But that's for later. That's not for now. So for now, I'm just waiting on the rest of the. I'm just waiting on everybody else to show up. Give me a second. I think definitely missing some people. Yeah, we're still missing quite a few people, so trying to get everybody
a little
back.
Unfortunate.
Alright, I think we have everybody here. So we're just going to go ahead, see if anybody needs... Oh my god. Alright, there we go. Alright, I'll be right back. Give me just a minute. And I'll be right back.
All right. All the teams ready, Knight?
Yeah, we're just taking the final track bands.
Perfect. I'm very excited. Let me know what track bands they are, because I would be very interested in talking about them.
I will say, so the first band from Demons has been Waterside. That's their consistent band this whole tournament.
That makes sense.
Blue Ink
that's a good band.
Blue Ink has been consistently banning Trail of Giants. Street Saints banned Tire Burner in their first set, but has been banning Misty Hills ever since. And then we have D3, which I believe has been banning Downtown Run the whole way through. But we have a surprise fifth ban. On a gentleman's agreement, the teams came together and said that they want a fifth ban on Cradles. So we have 5 bans this time around.
You know what? We like gentlemen's agreements. It's always fun to see these. So I'm perfectly fine with seeing how this all plays out. I'm interested. So now the question is, when it comes to these tracks, Cradles, Waterside Misery, Downtown Run, I believe is what you said, and then the last 2 bands. When it comes to these tracks in general, all of them have they're either A, really annoying to play on, or B, a lot of shenanigans can occur very easily, or C, in Cradle's case, no one wants to play it. But the big thing is that when it comes to these tracks, I'm actually very sad that we're not going to see Downtown Run personally, because I would actually like to see how top level players play Downtown Run. But I think that's just it. I think Downtown Run is just so well understood and so simplistic that I think most people don't even care to play on it anymore. And I think people would rather pick something else that's a little more interesting, has a little more depth to it potentially. I could be wrong on this. I think Downtown Run's really cool. But I think it's the fact that compared to every other track, right, it's really boring now, especially because it was the first track that a lot of people got to play on 5 times, especially because of the story mode. No one wants to play on it. Cradles, same reason, very boring. There's not a lot going on to it, and usually one mistake on Downtown Run and Cradles is usually a guaranteed loss. Waterside Misery. Waterside Misery is a super short track that has a lot of narrow spots to it, so you can get KO'd very easily, and a lot of shenanigans can happen, so I understand that track ban. No reason to leave that track up, to be honest. I get that. And then finally, we have, before we do anything, so for the teams, we have Street Saints, Demons. We're going to have, I believe, D3, and we're going to have, give me one second here, Blue Ink. So give me one sec here. Let me get all the teams set up here, or all the team names set up, because I want to make sure I understand all of them. But yeah, so for your teams, for everybody, Blue Ink Wing is going to be on Team Blue for once. We actually have them on the correct team. Drift, Drip, Destroy.
Crazy, right?
I know, right?
Finally.
Anyways, Drift, Drip, Destroy is going to be your green team. Demons and Street Saints have not changed. They will be your yellow and red teams for this final set. And I'm very excited. Hopefully all the teams are ready here very soon. I cannot wait. It's going to be very, very exciting to see what ends up happening here.
They are indeed ready. I think some of them might be taking a bathroom break, but I'm just going to make sure that we're all set to go as we have finally gotten our tracks. So let's take a look at the tracks for this final round. We've got Research Grounds, we've got Ashes to Ashes, we've got the Port, we've got Hawk. That's not right.
Wait,
That's not
you
right.
have the same tracks here. Wait
That's
a second.
Not right. That is not updated properly.
Yo, TO moment.
Yo. Let's do this
Try that one more time.
There we go. Is that showing properly?
I gotta wait for it to load on my side.
Sector
there we
landing.
go.
Oh my goodness, bro.
Oh my god. What a change.
Sector Landing, Financial District, Burning Plains, Eden Blue, Sector Echo Dome, and Vapor Trail. So we're going pretty squarely into space. We got 3 Exoport tracks, 1 Neo Ray track, 1 Skyro Desert track, and we cap it off with a Force number 13 track.
Oh my goodness. This is a set of this is going to be a set of all time.
Yep. Definitely going to be fun. All right, let me just make sure. Everybody's ready? For this final set.
Ooh, hopefully they are. Now, Sector Landing is, let's just say, it's one of those interesting tracks. I think Sector Landing is going to be fun to watch. The question is how fun, or the question really comes in when how fun is this going to be to watch, and how the players really play around with this track, and how they really push themselves on this track to improve, or not improve, but like get their lines in, take care of a lot of the situations with a lot of these other teams. So I'm very interested to see how it all pans out genuinely for them. Now, I don't think we're going to see like the biggest thing when it comes to the Sector Landing. Does have a shortcut that I think a lot of players may not even opt into. Legitimately, we may not see too many people go for it.
It's a very, very small thing. It's a very small shortcut, very narrow.
Oh, extremely. But the thing is, because of it, you have the situation where you got to be very cautious. You can't make a lot of silly mistakes. You can't be making too many bad choices. And again, that's what happened. But again, it's probably going to unfortunately happen where some silliness may occur, but that's okay. Things like that will definitely happen. There's not much else you can do about it.
Ritsuko, and Gabrielle. Okay.
Seeing nothing but Ritsuko. And this makes sense. Ritsuko is just really consistent as a character, very solid overall. And seeing only Ritsuko makes the most sense, genuinely. So, hopefully, we can see some very interesting things coming out after the Ritsuko. Maybe we'll see some other interesting picks. But what I find interesting is we have a double Fermi lineup coming out from D3 with Hexaberry, and I believe that was, I couldn't tell, I think it was Sting, maybe?
I don't think it's Sting. Sting is
Super Plastic. There we go. My bad. Sorry, wrong member. I'm very sorry about that. Wrong player. Sting was on the wrong, or on Blue Ink Wing. I got my names mixed up. Got my teams mixed up. Very, very sorry about that. Anyways, Hexaberry and Super Plastic both on the Fermi, which is very interesting to see. But it makes a lot of sense. Fermi is actually pretty solid on this track in terms of the drifting and everything. Kiwi going for a strike and unable to actually get anything off with the strike. But hey, very well done to get put into third place here. This is streak. Now, actually, no one opts into the shortcut. I think this is something I've been noticing a lot from the higher level players is just no one really opts into the shortcut. A lot of players don't find the shortcut to be worth going for. And we do see Pan actually slow down, trying not to get hit by Super Plastic.
Yeah.
Super Plastic doesn't get the KO on Pan, unfortunately. Very, very sad to see. But ELX actually gets strike baited by Faulty. Faulty does not get the KO here. Very, very unfortunate here. But hey, we may see some craziness happen here very shortly. Both teams of Street Saints and Blue Ink Wing are maintaining some. So shenanigans and a KO. What is going on?
I think they got stuck.
ELX? Oh no, ELX had a little bit of a crazy scenario that occurred. Very, very unfortunate for him.
Bonds and Sting up top. On yet another track where Hina reigns supreme as the hidden 6th leader, or 7th leader, sorry. Milestone, do something about her! Ref, do something!
Ref! Anyways, some shenanigans here. This is going to be very difficult to see. We can't really get a ref call going. We can't put any red cards down on the playing field.
Definitely not something like that, yeah, but...
Anyways, not much you can do about that. Moving on here, Sting actually maintaining that first place position, but Bonds and Sting are actually fighting tooth and nail for first place here, and I think Bonds might have actually overtaken Sting with a very good.
Bonds did, yeah. The Bonds was in first.
Pan with the block here. That's one. There's
another
two.
Block
mini overdrive.
Pan. Let's go. Okay.
The mini overdrive from Fermi is actually coming in clutch here, or well,
nice strike grip.
Mini overdrive. Pan's just trying anything they can right now, trying to make sure that they do not suffer at all. Sarkitsune with this going around this bend takes it very well here. Does not hit any of the walls.
You see the difference between like a 4-team and a 3-team race. It's already so hectic and chaotic.
Pan. What happened to Pan? Pan smacked into the wall, and Pan's trying to get any KOs.
Is he farming? Is he looking to farm? Okay.
There's Super Plastic down, but Pan gets KOs himself.
But I mean, look at Demons. They're not that far ahead in terms of points, even though Bonds is like all the way up front.
Absolutely not. They are not that far ahead, which is insane to see, genuinely. You would think they would be so much farther ahead, but they're actually not, which is very, very interesting.
Hexa?
Hexaberry gets KO'd. Well,
Fear of
Hexberry was
Pan, I
doing
guess.
Hexberry doing some funniness, trying not to get KO'd by Pan, but unfortunately still gets KO'd anyways from the looks of it. Very, very unfortunate. But again, even with
Someone
that,
just getting KO'd. I think that was Helio that just got KO'd.
I believe it was. And we are about to end. The race is about to end, unfortunately, here very soon. Bonds is about to end the race here in 3 seconds. 2, 1,
Yeah,
and now
there we go.
1
That's
minute
the
timer
end
has
of the
started.
race.
Now
Now,
we have
it really
1 minute
is up
left.
to Grunkle Harry right now to make sure that he can get that lead. Okay, nice. 275.
Grunkle, and well, the question is, even with that, can the rest of the team of Blue Inkwing actually maintain, or will Pan be farming points on people?
I think
Pan is farming
Pan's
points
just
hard.
farming points. Pan's just...
And Faulty, spawned on top of Pan. So Faulty,
no.
and Faulty gets KO'd. So it looks like Pan KO'd Faulty. Faulty got stuck between Pan, and so they were invincible from the respawn, so that you don't get farmed instantly, I believe is what happened. Very unfortunate for Pan not being able to chain it, but this is what happens when the respawns are right next to Pan. Very, very unfortunate that actually occurred. But I believe even with that, Pan is still going to have enough points here where it's going to be crazy. Now, Hexaberry and the Super Plastic, I believe, just finished as well, and that's going to be game. Now, going back to the one thing, so the question is, did the one so with the Faulty and Pan situation, what ended up happening there? I don't know, actually. So, from the looks of it, I just want to say this real quick. From the looks of it, at least, it looked like Faulty spawned in, and Pan was on top of the respawn of Faulty. That's what I saw, at least. I have no idea if that actually is. I would like to know what actually did happen very badly.
I think what happened is that Pan, so you ghost if you respawn, right? I think what happened is that Faulty got scared, shielded while he was ghosted, and then like ran out of it. So then he had to pop OD to defend. I think that's what happened.
That might have been. I'm assuming that's what happened. We don't know for sure because we didn't actually fully see the situation play out. So we'll have to wait and see if anyone's got any video evidence on that or like specifics on it. We can't really, we can't put anything to it, unfortunately. But it looked like at least that what happened was Faulty got KO'd. Faulty respawned on top of Pan, and Pan and Faulty were inside of one another's car. Because you're ghosted when you get a respawn, you don't get chain KO'd. So it looked like Faulty and Pan got kind of stuck in each other, so Faulty couldn't actually get out of the situation, and there was nothing Faulty could do until getting out. Popped shield immediately, and then shield ran out because of the respawn ghosting after getting KO'd. And then now Pan popped OD to try not to get KO'd and still got KO'd anyways. That's how it looked like it played out.
I think so too, yeah.
Can't say anything else. We have no idea. We got there after the initial KO, or what we thought was the initial KO. So we can't really say much.
Yeah, we'll just have to play by ear at that point. I think that might be one of those like weird checkmate scenarios that maybe Milestone can do something about. I'm not entirely sure, but it is also just intended gameplay. So like it's sharking someone after they get KO'd is getting KO'd like in bottom spots when someone's sharking you is like kind of rough.
Yeah, there's not once you respawn. I mean, if you respawn on top of them, you get a brief period where you won't get KO'd immediately because of the ghosting. I think it's like it's very short though. But I know in other video games, if you spawn on top of someone and you're like respawning, I think if you look at GTA 5, if you in like some of their modes, the same kind of similar thing happens. If you get KO'd or respawn and someone's on top of you as you respawn, you get a ghost effect, so that way neither of you get like trapped in each other's vehicle. I think that's what might have happened. Can't really say much else, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean it's nobody's fault. BFXD.
I agree. I don't think anyone is at fault for that. I think that was just a freak situation that occurred. I don't think either player should. I don't think anyone's at fault. But if evidence shows up, we'll deal with it as it comes.
All right, Joker. Do you have any final words before you gotta take off?
Unfortunately, all I can say is sorry to everyone that I can't finish up the casting tonight. I have some very important business to attend to. though I will say the amazing job from every team that participated. Thank you to all you guys. You guys are amazing. I hope the rest of these last 5 races in this round and whatever else afterwards really just goes super, super well for every one of you. It was a ton of fun being here, but unfortunately I have some IRL stuff I have to attend to very badly, so please forgive me. Please enjoy the rest of Screamer Saturday number 2. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed it a ton, genuinely. Hopefully you guys were really excited about this kind of new format, and just in general have been enjoying it a lot more. It's been a lot faster, so hopefully it's been a lot better. That's all I can say. And again, you guys have been awesome. It's been a ton of fun watching you guys play the game. Genuinely, I've learned so much. Again, it's been fantastic. You guys are awesome. Unfortunately, I gotta go. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the rest of it, and good luck to the 4 teams that are hanging out: Street Saints, Demons, Blue Ink Wing, and D3. I wish you all the best of luck, and good luck on these next tracks. Take care, guys.
Let's all
thank you for having me here.
Let's all thank Joker for casting yet again, for putting in the work for Screamer Saturdays, for WTNR. Just amazing guy. I've known him since Crossworlds. Just really blessed to have him on our team. He'll be back for the next one. But in the meantime, I'll do my best to solo commentate. I am.
You can do this, Knight. I believe in you, man.
I'll try. I'll try a little bit. We'll see. Just to be clear, we are currently paused due to an incident that needs resolving from the TOs. So we're investigating the situation, and once it's resolved, we will continue the set. But at this time, we ask that you guys just be patient while we figure it all out. As some context, again, with the whole controversy around the bugs, and our eventual decision, I should say, to ban the bugs, we do now have to, stop and review any allegations, any proof of bug abuse. This will hopefully get fixed in the next patch that brings ranked. Milestone has been communicating with people that report. So just again, another personal plea to everybody watching: if you guys see a bug, if you guys see anything that doesn't look right, record it, send it to Milestone. They are listening, they are looking. They may not get back to you as fast as you might like, or deal with the bug as fast as like other teams might, but we have seen the game improve over time. The netcode now is way better than it was at launch. Some bugs that existed are no longer there. The unlocks are fixed. So whenever you guys do find something, please do let them know. And also, if you could also privately let the moderators know through mod mail, ideally, then we can add it to the list of things that we need to take care of and keep an eye out for with all that's happening. So thank you, Yakuza, for raiding. We are going to go ahead and I'm going to mute myself while I review the incident at hand.
That double entropy literally requires you to have a shield. Just that double entropy literally requires you to have a shield.
slowed down super.
All right, the incident has been resolved. Thankfully, nothing came out of it. It was just a misunderstanding. So we're gonna go ahead right into the next race, which is going to be on Financial District. Just make sure that okay. All right, yes, we're gonna go ahead right into the next race on Financial District. Checking with the teams, I believe they're all ready. And we'll get right into it. So Financial District, one of my personal favorite teams, not teams, tracks. I really like the aesthetic of the track, especially because it's all rainy. I am not sure what to expect from these players. We've been seeing a lot of Ritsuko, a lot of Noboru. I doubt we'll see Hiroshi. We're definitely not seeing Aisha. We may see an Apollo, but I think the way these races have been going, we may not see the Apollo come out again. Just, it's a very brawl-heavy playstyle we're seeing right now. And Apollo is hard to slot into that. Yeah, we saw Gabrielle, two Gabrielles, two Ritsukos. I'm surprised no Noboru to be seen. Let's just see how we go. And everybody's off to a start. I have no idea how Joker solo casted. That dude is that dude's crazy. But as you can see, the pack right here, pretty solid, pretty bunched up. Everybody bumping into each other. It's like Forza Horizon all over again, right? Koka in the back, Sting up front with Hina. I wonder how Hina's going to fare on this track. I doubt she's going to be the crazy front runner that she is on more technical tracks, but Blue Ink definitely jockeying for those front positions. Bond's losing a position right there. Prodigy, meanwhile, getting ready to take off into the distance. And we're not seeing the double Fermi this time around. Everybody's out of lockout. Akane trying her first strike. I forget who was using that character, but Bond's already up here. Helio back here in 8th. I wonder if we're going to see a lot of sharking. No one's taking the shortcut. Is that shortcut something players really go for? I haven't really seen it used all too much. It seems a little risky, especially when you have people coming in from behind, and then 12-man race. It can get rough. Pan with the signature shark. Instant KO on Star Kitsune. Bond's also getting KO'd. I heard the KO sound effect. And right now, Blue Ink in a very dominant position. First, third, and fourth in a 12-man lobby. Taken away by Pan right away. KO on ELX with another OD. Pan and Bonds holding that 4th and 5th place. Again, 5th place is where that positional points start to drop off. Between 5th to 6th, you lose a lot. I wonder who got KO'd there, though. Camera didn't tell me all that much. Super Plastic all the way in 10th. Hopefully Hexa does not get that KO. Misses the strike, unfortunate, from Hexa. Grunkle Harry holding not a very commanding lead. This could just be a Gabriel duel up in front. I mean, you have the two Gabriels not too far from each other coming in on this next bend. Shielding ahead of time. I'm not sure if that was looking for the wall ride. It is indeed for the wall riding. Shield wall rides. Let's try to find... oh, Helio Shade all the way in the back with Akane. And Akane, again, one of those characters that is bugged, but we trust everybody not to abuse the bug. Not a great wall ride. I'm not sure how that turned out, but... oh, I guess it was a shield, but we didn't see it quite right. But OD KO right away. Faulty Pursuit in 7th. And Star Kitsune all the way in 11. And it seems like Prodigy's taking the lead with a KO on Grunkle Harry. We missed that on the spectator cam, but that is pretty big for him. It does put him in the position of being susceptible to a reverse KO from Grunkle Harry if he can manage to close the gap, but I'm not entirely sure if what we're seeing on screen is exactly synced up to the game at hand. So I don't know if they're doing a normal wall ride or a shield wall ride. It doesn't seem like it's working out too neatly for them, though. ELX all the way in 10th. A Roshin duel between the two. Misses the strike. Looks like there's a Faulty right there with a strike bait. Although he did trade his own entropy for that. He did get the strike off. Pan and Helio holding middle spots. Helio pulling it back up from the bottom spots that he was in. And right now we do see that Demons are ahead by 30 points. So holding those middle spots, it really is a matter of, like, you know, you gotta balance those positional points and those KOs. You can't just go for one or the other because you risk losing it all just off of that, right? And it makes for a more dynamic racing style than just, you know, TAing or time attacking. Pan with another signature KO. Pan might be the points leader right now, 385. The next most being D3 with 300. No KO on Star, unfortunate. Not a strike grip attempt there, just a straight KO. Does not take the corner too cleanly, but Bonds isn't playing for positions anymore. If you look at the differential between Bonds and Grunkle and Prodigy, I mean, those guys are like... those guys are all the way up front. Let's try to find them. I thought the gap was less than it was, but Grunkle's just commanding lead. It doesn't seem like they're going to be losing their positions anytime soon. The race did end up spreading apart quite a bit. Right here, Pan going for that KO right away. Nice defense from Sting. Nice defense. Taking that drift to make sure that he's not instantly, you know, taken out by Pan. But we got two. Oh my god, look at so many ODs. Helio's out on the OD. Sting, Super Plastic. And it didn't work out for Pan there, but again, being the points leader, it doesn't really matter, right? We do have to see strike gripping get fixed sooner rather than later. Again, I'm holding out hope that we see that gone in the next patch. But it does seem to be a very dominant bug. Unfortunately, it's just very hard to enforce again because banning it changes the entire way strike baiting works. If there were a way to get rid of it without affecting that aspect of normal gameplay, we would definitely look for it. But right now, it's just kind of rough. MVP play of that race, I want to say, personally, I really liked how we saw Super Plastic go for those, or was it Sting Blaze, I think. How that Hina went for parrying Pan's Assault. And we end the race with a dominant performance from Demons as usual. D3 putting up second. Then we got Street Saints. And not too far behind, we got Blue Inkwing. Down here, it's not too far apart from each other. But Demons, you know, again, it's Polaris, Helio, playing for those KOs, converting those into positions. They're making a great case for themselves as the strongest team. And now the next team is going. Now the next race is going to be on Burning Flames. That was a really fun race to watch. That was quite good. And that's something that's just, you know, the race starts so close together, but after the Echo lockout ends and players start playing for KOs, they start playing for points, you start seeing the race just naturally split apart, right? Like people will have different positions. Some will fight up ahead, some are going for the pack. Then you have Pan, who's all the way in the back, just sharking for KOs. But I mean, it did work out for Demons. After that rough first set of laps. Now, of course, D3 playing very strongly as well. We're going to go ahead and we're going to start the third race of this final set, the Burning Plains. And at this point, I think we're sort of seeing... Oh, we're kind of going to see just like the characters we're going to see. We've seen all the characters we're going to see. I don't think we're going to see... you know, Announcer is definitely not going to get picked. We're not going to see Aisha. We're not going to see... Lavinia that much. I doubt we'll see Gregor. Gregor seems to be a very interesting pick. He was very dominant in the early meta, but the way he works, he just kind of relies so much on early KOs, and as defense improves, it becomes harder for him to get those levels as well. So we'll see. Maybe we see the Akemi come back out. Well, let's take a look. Oh, the first Apollo in such a long time. We're seeing Hope. We saw Akemi also. Some more niche picks coming out on this wider, more open track. And they're off. Bonds on Noboru. We got Ritsuko. We got two Noborus. And we got Lavinia. I was wrong about the Lavinia. I'm interested because I don't feel like Lavinia is a terribly good pick for this track, but she does take the corners pretty well. Let's go ahead and go through everybody's point of view while Lockout's still engaged. Hexaberry holding up the mid pack, right between Faulty and Kitsune. Vaughn's taking that shortcut immediately. Apollo right on his heels. Everyone's going for that shortcut. Helio riding Grunkle Harry's car and Plastic pulling up ahead. Demons holding the back as you know, as we've seen them do many times before. Prodigy pushing ahead for that initial runaway, right? Bonds and Sting are probably going to be dueling for second and third place if Prodigy can keep this run going. ELX with the Lavinia in mid spots. Won't be able to catch up to the leaders, but maybe we can see her hold the lead among the members. That fifth place is huge. 30-point differential between fifth and sixth right now. So if ELX can hold that fifth place, that's gonna be big for Blue Inkwing. Pan pulling up that OD early into the race, as we know KG could be doing. Super Plastic also with that OD. Akemi is another character who gets her OD very quickly, but her OD lasts for a significantly shorter time. She really needs those KOs to get OD extensions. Otherwise, it's, I want to say around 10 seconds. It's one of the shortest ODs in the cast. Grunkle Harry in the back with only 2 sync. Hasn't had much time to build it up so far. It's been a fairly quiet race. Prodigy has 1 KO. But other than that, it doesn't seem like there's been all that many KOs. Sting has 1 KO as well. And Demons are a little bit squarely in second place. It seems like Street Saints is coming out to play on this one in particular. Let's see if Hexa gets any KOs off of this, or nice KO from Hexaberry with that Fermi strike on that shortcut. Bond Sting Blaze in the middle. They've fallen pretty clearly, you know, they're pretty far behind Apollo at this point, right? It's just a matter of dueling in between. Baiting out Sting's, you know, we see two benefits from there. The strike grip, baiting out the shield, and an unfortunate spin out. Asphalt level flat spin from Sting. An OD on lock for Faulty Pursuit, but we're seeing the strike grip instead. Star Kitsune bringing up the rear. Hino on this track, I feel like you're really gonna struggle, right? Like if you can't get those KOs, if you're falling this far behind, it's gonna be very, very hard for Star Kitsune to make up the deficit. But the ODs are catching Sting and Bonds back up to Prodigy. Let's see, is Prodigy gonna be able to take this all the way? Probably. I think Prodigy has OD stocked up. And as you know, Lavinia's falling behind. Fortunately, unable to keep that lead. Star Kitsune bringing up the rear. Grunkle Harry falling far behind. Blue Ink, you know, in a pretty desperate spot right now. 100 points behind. Star Kitsune getting KO'd. Let's see this OD. How does it play out? Is Kitsune trying to get out of here? Kitsune nimbly avoiding the OD. Grunkle Harry has to make up the deficit at this point. Just, you know, run for the points. Run for the positional points, maybe, I feel. Sewer Plastic in the middle. Hexaberry not far behind. But Hexaberry making up the deficit with more KOs than Sewer Plastic has. So that's where they're at. And the race ends with D3 bringing up the rear in points. Blue Ink in the middle. And it seems like at this point, the placings are set in stone. Everybody's done. Mr. A taking home the gold medal, but Demons taking it in terms of points. And, you know, never count Pan out. So many KO points from them. ELX fishing for KOs, and it worked out pretty well on Lavinia. Not a very KO heavy race, all things considered, but it was, at the end of the day, you know, a very interesting race. We saw the point totals fluctuate quite a bit. No team was guaranteed a win at any given point in the race. And now, with that being our third race of the set, I'm going to go ahead and do a points update so you guys can see exactly where we're at halfway into this final set. And again, once this set's over, all the players are just going to take home whatever position they get, whatever place they get. So if you, you know, we're not going to do another round after this. We're not going to have, kind of like Welcome to New Array, where we eventually brought it down to the final two. We're not going to be doing that this time around. Alright, and we just got an update on the scoreboard. Gonna put it up for you guys on screen right now. Yeah, Joker left. Joker's not here anymore, so it's just me solo casting after a grand total of 0 tournaments with casting experience. But right now is the scoreboard for the final round. In first, we have Demons with 1,005 points. In second, Street Saints over 200 points behind with 790. Blue Ink Wing 780 in third, and D3 in fourth with 710. The last, I mean, you know, we got 3 more races Demons is convincingly pulling away, and the other teams, they're fighting. You know, it's so neck and neck down there. But that's not to say that Demons' lead is permanent. They can lose that lead just as just as easily as they've gotten it, depending on how the teams play. And you know, if the teams decide they want Demons out of the running, you know, they can do that. Man, these races have been really, really close, despite the fact that there were such big point differentials in the previous rounds. We're seeing way less of a point differential halfway through this final set. So, going into race 4, we're going to Eden Blues another Exaport track. All right. All right. Eden Blues starting up right now. And in just 3 more races, we will have our Screamer Saturdays #2 champions. For all of you guys watching, how do you feel about this format compared to Screamer Saturdays 1? We've been playing around with a few, and with Ranked Around on the corner, we are going to be, you know, we'll have a more quote-unquote official competitive set, competitive rule set coming up. But I would love your feedback on how this turned out. Let's take a look. Ritsuko, and Gabrielle. Very Ritsuko favorite track, it seems.
Like a shooting star.
And now we're off into race number 4 of the final set of Screamer Saturdays #2. Stingblaze trying to take advantage of this early mayhem to secure a bit of a lead on one of the more technical tracks with Hina. Same thing with Super Plastic, though Coca Kiwi is not making that easy. Bonds with Ritsuko taking that shortcut right away. ELX not too far behind. Before KOs are even counted, before we even reach the lockout. These teams are neck and neck, but we are seeing Street Saints bringing up, you know, the rear in terms of points. Star Kitsune and Faulty Pursuit might be playing for KOs this time around. Prodigy also on Gabrielle might be playing for KOs as well. No KO on that strike, but you know, Gabrielle's car is a speeding bullet. You never know how that'll turn out. Star Kitsune boosting right away. Pan in the Pan 200 meters behind Star Kitsune. We're gonna see some KG dueling action all the way in the back. I'm not sure if Pan's trying to take advantage of underdog bonus to get that OD faster, but it seems like that is the strategy. 1 KO, 2 KOs from Pan. We're going bowling with KG. Is this going to be a third one? Opting instead for the shortcut, not going for more KOs. Great performance by Pan already. Super Plastic pulling up ahead. 3rd place with Hina. Those are some very, very important positional points. And Coca Kiwi bringing up 110 right behind. So that's very, very good for Redacted right here. Or not Redacted, sorry. D3. Grunkle Harry in 6th with the Roshin. Very brutal moment right there. Prodigy getting the KO. Grunkle not being able to walk out with any points from that exchange. Coca Kiwi holding 4th along with Super Plastic. They're in a good spot if they hold this. Demons is falling a little further. Oh, just as I say that, Demons makes up the deficit. Right, 275, 260, 260. Stingblaze in 9th. Grunkle Harry in the switching places 8th and 9th for Blue Inkwing. Is it going to be a surprise KO on Prodigy? It could be. There is that free strike on deck to close the gap. Bait out his shield maybe. Bonds meanwhile contesting 1st place. Fighting with ELX. Ritsuko battle up front. Going for that strike grip and getting this shield bait on top. More strike and more strike gripping. Hexaberry bringing up the rear with 50 points. That means they got a solid 2 KOs. They might be looking for a few more KOs here. That might be their best shot. Helio Shade in the middle. Faulty Pursuit and Star Kitsune. Again, in the back, but they're falling kind of far behind. I wonder if at this point they can even go for KOs, or if their best play is to just maybe bully Hexaberry, get a few extra points that way. Prodigy pushing up front. Gabrielle on this track, you know, not really easily controllable. So it really was more about brawling, just trying to go for a lot of KOs. And we're seeing ELX holding up third. Lost that duel to Bonds earlier. Bonds was pulling away with a very convincing lead. Bonds probably got that KO on ELX earlier. And now we have Star Kitsune in the back. More of that KG dueling that we've come to expect from the character. Pan pulling up a little further ahead. Going after Grunkle, who's also in OD. And pulling further and further away from Faulty. Street Saints, unfortunately struggling on the points here. Pan getting KO'd. Surprise KO out of nowhere. No indicator for that. True Plastic getting the third place for D3. Great work with Dahina. Hina being played much more as a leader than a member nowadays. Kokiwi getting KO'd, but we didn't get a good look at that. What exactly happened there? I'm not entirely sure. It might have been Prodigy's OD from the looks of it. Let's see, getting this final, banking those points, 75, nice. Stingblades with a 70 down here. And now it's just up to Star Kitsune, Pan, and Hexaberry. Pan isn't walking away with as many KO points as he usually does. Star Kitsune pretty close behind. But at the end of the day, you know, when we're looking at the scoreboard on the left, we're going to see a lot more, you know, the gap just widens between Demons and the rest. Demons with a convincing 350. ELX with 245. I mean, not ELX, sorry. Ink with 245. Street Saints with 235. And D3 with 225. Like we saw with the scoreboard, Demons was pulling away. This just extends their lead while the other teams are just, you know, they're so neck and neck. Almost like they're fighting over second place. And now we're going to prepare for our fifth race. We're going to prepare for our fifth race, which is the final Exoport track of the tournament and the sister track to Eden Blues. They're going right back on the Echo Dome. So we're going to wait as one of the players had to walk away. Once they get back, we will resume the race. I'm going to go ahead and check out chat, see what you guys have to say in the meantime. Seems like it's sort of a mixed opinion. Most people like the format, but definitely some gripes with what we have right now. Of course, we're not particularly happy about you know, there's been a lot of discussion, I should say, in the community about how to approach the problem, quote unquote, of players reversing or breaking in the middle, and rather than like trying to race and fight at the same time, it's like they're playing bumper cars. We'll see if Milestone addresses that. We're not entirely sure if they will. Might be something they deal with after Rank goes live. The last format was definitely a bit contentious. This game is designed a lot more for bigger races than smaller races, and we did see some netcode jank. We saw some strategies emerge that we'd rather not have seen. But at the end of the day, you know, like I said earlier, Milestone is aware of them, and hopefully we do see something coming with this big ranked patch. That should be coming, hopefully, if not this week, then the next week. Once our players are back, we are going to continue. I'm curious so far, going forward for the next Screamer Saturdays, what would you guys like to see as far as potential formats. It's very likely we settle into a format that's more like ranked, and probably will be similar to what we have right now, maybe without track dance. But if you guys had any ideas for what you guys would like to see for events, you know, feel free to throw them here or in our Discord server. Cradle's 99 laps. That is, you know, your wish may be granted, just not through us, is all I'll say. Oh, your criticism was towards the previous format. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's just the way the game is right now, but let me see if I can actually pull up the screenshot. Actually, that will have to wait until the next race is over, because our player is back. And we're going to go ahead with Sector Echo Dome. And I'm not expecting the character picks to be too different, because Echo Dome is ultimately very similar to Eden Blue. They are sister tracks. Echo Dome is way twistier for sure, and it is longer. It's a 3-lap and not a 5-lap track, but the general concept is the same. You want someone who's good for technical, you know, who's good on technical tracks. That's your Ritsuko's, your Hinas, and because of how technical it gets, that also opens up the opportunity for KO. So we might see Gabrielle coming back, or we might see other more KO focused characters coming back. Though at this time, it seems like everybody's given into the Ritsuko virus. Everybody's given into that SFR virus. We love Strike Force Ramanda. And they're off. The 4 Ritsukos holding up the fort. Super Plastic in 5th with Hina. As, you know, Hina's a very good pick, very popular pick for this track. And as we're seeing the game develop, we are seeing more, you know, the meta circulate around a very specific set of characters that we're trying to collect data on. We're trying to see pick rates, you know, not only per track, but just in general. So, you know, maybe Milestone can make a more informed balancing decision going forward, because there are definitely some characters that could use a little bit of loving, and some characters that could use a little bit of adjustment. No Hiroshi at all this tournament, no Aisha. A little bit of Apollo. It's definitely been more of a Noboru, and especially Ritsuko show. And that might just be the fact that because we have more players, more teams, brawling is more incentivized, and Ritsuko at the end of the day is still the most flexible leader. She can KO, she can race, and right there we're seeing that fight, right? We're seeing Ritsuko's go off and like fight with each other. I love how when 2 people strike at the same time, their voices echo over each other. Prodigy holding up first. Star Kitsune also putting up a good fight for these front position. Maybe Street Saints gets, you know, has switched strategies instead of opting for more KOs in the back. Unfortunate block, but great from ELX with that defense, getting a little bit of a boost from defending that strike. Not sure what happened with the camera there. Let's go ahead and watch Super Plastic's perspective for a little bit. Fermi somewhere in the back. Probably Hexaberry trying to get a KO. Oh. ELX trying to extend that lead as far as possible. 100 meters further up ahead, Prodigy. But Prodigy's catching him right back up. Someone getting KO'd. Helio getting that KO on whoever was right behind them. Grunkle Harry bringing up the rear in 11th, 10th now. Right in between. Great dead stop with that defense. Putting Kokokiwi further behind. Kokokiwi still a leader. She can still take off past the members if she wants. Sorry, I mean that Ritsuko can. But, you know, putting yourself in that position to begin with is kind of dangerous, right? You're playing around Hexaberry. You kind of relegate yourself to playing for KOs at this point. You're not gonna catch up to ELX. Stingblades with an OD all the way in the middle of lap 2, right at the midway point of this race. Trying to catch up to Star Kitsune, who's less than 200 meters behind. Any Aisha off-stream announcer? I don't think we've seen Aisha or announcer at the end. We've seen Akami more than we've seen those, to be honest. Oh, everybody coming to a stop over here. Just extending ELX's lead even more as everybody in the back is like fighting between, you know, it's, once you're in the pack and you're just mauling yourself, you let that front runner break away even harder, right? Bond's fighting, Bond's trying to fight Prodigy. Gets the strike blocked. A little bit of a spectator bug. We're seeing the freeze strike on Ritsuko. Imagine Ritsuko with a freeze strike. I don't want to think about it. Xberry in 11th. Probably going to be trying to duel out or defend against Faulty Pursuit, but 70 points, nothing to sneeze at. It is more than Gonko Harry in time. Faulty Pursuit trailing. Trying to get that KO. Maybe got the strike grip off of it, but definitely not the KO. Pan hunting with that OD, with the remnants of that OD, the embers, you could say. Does not get anything. Star Kitsune doing everything to get that second place. Prodigy with that third place as well. Great second and third from Street Saints, getting them that first in the score distribution at the moment. Let's see, maybe Faulty Pursuit is pushing up further as well. Exaberry in 12th, quite a ways behind Faulty Pursuit, who themselves are not going to be able to overtake Pan. At this point, the points are essentially set in stone. What we're seeing here is what's going to happen. And Pan giving up the positional points at a last-ditch attempt for 15. That KO does not count. But great work nonetheless. 330 from Street Saints, 300 from Blue Inkwing, tied with Demons, and then 215 from D3 all the way in the back. Strong showing from every single team on this second to last race. And we'll just have to see how the points tally up right now going into the final race of today. Ritsuko definitely already has enough resources. We don't want to see more. We definitely will probably be seeing some adjustments to resource generation, maybe some like car stats. But it's clear there is more work to be done with regards to balancing. And let's take a look at the scoreboard right before the final race. Demons with a commanding lead, 1655 points. Street Saints and Blue Inkwing are going to be fighting for second in this final race, 1355 to 1325. Only a 30-point differential. That's just 2 KOs, guys. Like that is definitely going to be a fight for the ages. I want to see how Street Saints and Blue Inkwing adapt. And then all the way in fourth, last but not least for sure, D3 1150. They've been playing their minds out. They've been playing out of their minds. They've been playing their hearts out. They're doing really, really well. But that's just the level of competition you're going to see up at the top, guys. These are all top-notch, top-tier players. Not a single one of them didn't deserve to be here. This is just, you know, this is the 0.1%. When you're that far up, this is the level of competition you're going to see. It's still winnable trust. I love the enthusiasm, Coca Kiwi. I think it may be winnable. I mean, we've seen races where people came out and said, hey, you know what? We're going to gap you by 200 full points. If you can do that, I mean, all I'm saying, it'd be a story for the ages. But going back into Vapor Trails, we're going to go ahead and It seems like some of the teams are trying to figure out their final loadout, their final roster. It seems like everybody's ready, so we're just gonna go ahead and, I mean, at the end of the day, we've seen Bonds do this before, right? Bring it back from the jaws of defeat just by getting a ton of KOs. But yeah, I'm just waiting on one response from one of the teammates. We'll give it like a minute, and then after that we will go ahead and start this final race. Okay, and we're gonna go ahead and get started with the final race of this tournament. Screamer Saturdays number 2 on Vapor Trails. Let's hit the Vapor Trails really quickly. And here comes the final race. One more race, just like Mr. A says. One more race. And they're definitely deliberating on their point. They're absolutely deliberating on their picks at this point. I mean, this is the make or break game, right? Let's go ahead and take a look at exactly what they landed on. We see Ritsuko, Gabriel Ritsuko, and Noboru. More variety than we've seen in the last few races.
Like a shooting star.
And they're off with the start of Vapor Trails. Very long track, 3-lapper, also very infamous for being kind of an Apollo favorite track. No, that was the impression I was getting, but we're seeing a lot more variety here. And again, I think it speaks to the importance of picking the right character for the right format, as opposed to just the track. A lot to consider when you're playing this video game. That's what makes it so beautiful. Lockout is just about to end. Bonds, Helio Shade, bringing up the mid-pack. Stingblaze not too far behind. Hexaberry and Super Plastic seem to be going maybe a little bit more for KOs, or maybe they got unlucky. Super Plastic on the announcer. I didn't know if this would be an announcer favorite track. We're already seeing the blood come out. 2 KOs right from the start. Prodigy taking that first place. Koga Kiwi in second with what seems to be 2 KOs. Koga Kiwi having 140 in second. That's 2 KOs. That's an extra 30 points over the normal 110. ELX getting KO'd, taken out, sent to back, 10th, 11th, and now you're with the Sharks, right? You have to be careful being in the back. Pan doing the usual strike grip exploit. Grunkle taking the shortcut, passing, and then defending against a potential, what seemed to be a potential team kill. Faulty Pursuit in 8th. Sewer Plaster bringing up the rear. Unfortunately, we can't see the style rating. Oh, now we could. For a brief moment, we could. Bit of a glitch there. A rank. Okay. Trying to go for KO. Nice KO. The wall collision, unfortunately, bringing the style rank down to A. But, I mean, let's be honest. Like, Announcer's so cool. Announcer just, I think more characters should be designed a little bit more like Announcer. Have those, like, you know, you're good. If you play really well, you're rewarded. If you play poorly, you're punished, right? And that's kind of what we're seeing right now. A lot of characters just don't have to deal with that. But again, this is version 1.0. A lot of time for the game to get balanced and put in a much healthier spot. Who knows, maybe the age of Announcer is coming really soon. Hexaberry in 12th. Threatening Faulty Pursuit over and over with that strike. Maybe letting it rip a little too early. It's not that scary if, you know, strike baiting gets scarier the further along it goes, right? The more you charge, the more it seems like you're actually going to let it rip. Helio Shade with a first place I hadn't even seen. Dueling with Prodigy and Kitsune, who are up in the top. Let's see if that turns into a KO. Seems like they're breaking. Okay, okay. Huge, huge burst of hype. Defending versus Helioshade. It seems like, okay. Helioshade pushing up with that OD onto Star Kitsune. Runkle Herring in 9th with 60 points. Faulty in 10th with 75. Definitely been fishing for those KOs this whole set. Super Plastic and Hexaberry bringing up the rear. And Coca Kiwi in middle. Hunting for those points. 120 at 6. That's a lot of hunted points. Stingblaze not too far up ahead. This change, this one KO could be huge for D3. Coca Kiwi could bring it back really, really far for their team. Bonds a full 200 meters ahead of Stingblaze. This race is just about to end. We're going to see the Screamer Saturdays number 2 come to a close in not too long from now. Prodigy might just be untouchable at this point. Helioshade at front. Huge gap over the second place and third place. And again, we're just seeing how good Hina is with these technical tracks. She is better than the leaders, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see a nerf coming her way. And at this point, we're seeing what are essentially the final points coming out. ELX with a great KO. Pan sharking in the back, as usual. Probably a last gambit. We're going to see an OD come out pretty soon. Yes, there it is. Is ELS going to defend? Is ELS going to try to jockey for position? Or Pan just going for the points at this point. Unable to get either the position or the points. Great save by ELX, taking it at the end. Defending that position and denying Pan those points. Sewer Plastic here, just doing donuts for all of us to see. I don't know, Milestone, personally, I think if you're drifting, that's pretty stylish, no? I think you should be getting style for that, personally. But with that, Screamer Saturdays number 2 comes to a close. Demons, 360 on that last race. Street Saints, 310. Stingblaze leading the pack for Blue Ink at 230, and then 215 for D3. Amazing performance from all of our teams. Great, great work. And I mean, it just goes to show we're starting to see the almost emergence of the positional meta. We're seeing people really hard focus, like somebody on your team has got to get those high places, right? So somebody gets dedicated to front running and playing for those positions, at least top 3, right? That's what we're looking for. So great, great work from all of our players from beginning to end, from our round 1s to our finalists. Amazing, amazing work. I'm going to get the final scores, and we're going to go ahead and take a look at what we're capping off this Screamer Saturdays number 2 with. Alright guys, we're going to go ahead and take a look at the final scores for Screamer Saturdays number 2. In 3, 2, 1. At 4th place, we have Drift, Drip, Destroy, D3 with 1365 points. At 3rd, we have Blue Inkwing at 1,555 points. 2nd is Street Saints, 1665. And 1st, with a commanding lead, Demons with 2015 points. 2 Screamer Saturdays in a row. These are your winners. But congratulations to everybody up here, to our top 4 teams, to our finalists, and to everybody who made it out for Screamer Saturdays number 2. I know it got a little bit messy with the whole bug ban debate. I apologize again for the mess on that front, but I appreciate everybody still making it out and being patient with us. I would also really like to thank everybody that made it out to watch on Memorial Day weekend. For all you USA-based players, it is really just a great time organizing these events for you. Again, you know, we are happy that you guys make it out to support the game. It's a niche game. You know, we all knew it was going to be a niche game, but with ranked on the way and with, you know, hopefully a few more bug passes, maybe a few balance passes, the game could be in a very good spot, and I can see us all, you know, hopefully keep playing it. We have some more plans in the works for ourselves as well, that we hope to announce to all of you very soon. But in the meantime, I want to shout out another event from our community that I'm sure some of you guys have already heard of, but Screamer Saturdays is a bi-weekly. That means we are not there every single week. So what do you guys do in the meantime? We don't have ranked, and we don't have anything, you know, like, you know, it's just mixtape basically, right? What if we had some fun events with all of these different, give me a second. My bit's not gonna work if I can't show it. What if we had a fun event with all these different rules that we could modify, right? Like, there's so many different rules, but we're playing with only Gage's Finest on. That's where our friends at BS Hours are coming in to save the day. Let me go ahead and get that up on screen for you guys. Introducing NASCAR Neo Ray Announcer Screamer Saturday Cradles Auto Racing. Unaffiliated with Screamer Saturdays, just want to get this clear. This is not one of our own events. We are not holding this from Screamer Competitive side. This is from your girl Athena and her teammate and her teams at BS Hours, which are, my understanding, Shrimp Fried Rice and the Lost Regiment, both competitors from the last Screamer Saturdays who took a bit of a break this time, but we hope to see them come back in the future. It is going to be 16 announcers. It's going to be 50 laps, all cradles, all the time, baby. Make sure to come by next week on Saturday, 3 p.m. Eastern Time. We're going to promote it on our server, Screamer Competitive, and we're also going to announce it on Screamer Online. This will be streamed, I believe, by BFXD, so be sure to come out and give them your support. Please let me know how I did with this promotional image. I worked very hard on it. I'm sure this represents how amazing this event is going to be. So, with that in mind, I'm going to go ahead and close out today's Screamer Saturdays. Thank you guys again for coming by. And one more time, thank you to everybody who showed up, everybody who's watched, everybody who played. Thank you guys for believing in us. Thank you guys for supporting us. Thank you to Joker, even though he had to dip early, for being a very amazing and consistent commentator. And last shout out to Mila, again, who did not join us today, was putting in tons of work for the Crossworlds community scene. She put up an event at MomoCon, which is a big convention, and that event, I believe, just finished. Thank you to her. We hope to see her again at the next event. Take care, guys. What promotional? Oh, yeah, I switched off. I mean, I'll bring it back, whatever. Where is it? Where'd I put it? Oh my days. Okay, there we go. I mean, yeah, I'll send you the image. Wait, you guys never saw it? Oh my goodness. I hit transition. I'm so sorry. I hit transition. Oh my, okay. Well, I hope you guys like this promotional image. It's I worked very hard on it. It's truly, graphic design is my passion, and I believe it will be. It is firmly representative of how amazing NASCAR will be. So again, May 30th at 3 p.m. Eastern. Be there next Saturday for what our fellow community members at TLR and SFR are putting up. And you know, we hope to see more community-run events as well. You know, Screamer Competitive is only one side of Screamer. There's a lot of different events we can be having. So with that in mind, you guys take care again. I'm going to end the stream here. And don't worry, I will post that image. I will post that image for anyone who does like it. With that said, take care, guys. VOD will be up shortly, and by shortly, that's really just dependent on my ISP. And once it is up, I will make an announcement for it. Again, our socials are there: Twitter, YouTube, and Discord for anybody who's not already following any of them. And yeah, for everybody in the US, have a great Memorial Day weekend. For everybody outside of the US, have a great weekend, and we will see you for Screamer Saturdays number 3. Take care. Have a great one.